Avast ye scurvy travelers, and welcome to episode 7 of Arcanarama. I be Cameron Holt, artist YouTuber, and your dungeon captain for the eve. I'm joined by our wonderful Arcana crew, as always. Let's go around and tell us who you're wearing, Arcana crew. We'll start with Taylor.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't know the brand of this jacket. Hi, I'm Taylor Higginbotham. I'm wearing the skin of Silas Wilford. The character I play on Arcanarama.
I'm Kitty and I'm wearing Cholula duvet. She's fancy.
She's fancy.
Am I here? I'm Samantha and I'm wearing Alma. That's a weird thing to ask me to say.
Yeah. Take Alma off.
I couldn't figure out why you were so distraught, and I feel it now. What are you up to?
Okay, so listen. So one, I got confused. Are we surprised? No, we're not. Two, I didn't really think I could do Ollie justice, and then
It would have been the hardest one.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
for sure.
So there was a plant. We were talking about going to a store together. So I thought that we weren't doing that until we were doing. Anywho, I'm Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. Hey, what's up? I'm not gonna wear these the whole stream. That would be weird.
So gaze into those eyes.
Yeah.
Can we do a?
Absolutely not.
No, that camera don't move,
That is
girl.
barely 1080.
You can crawl closer to it over the table.
Well, hell yeah. I think you all look amazing.
Thank you.
You
And
look
I'm
great
so
too.
excited.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was really hoping you were going to DM the entire time.
That one's rough. I am... oh god, no.
Generic
the name.
NPC
I am Dag Slashley during his days working at the ship's wheel.
Oh, yeah.
Gang.
I love it.
Before we begin, we do have a few announcements to get into. Once again, a huge thank you to Arcknight, without whom this stream wouldn't be possible. So as always, huge shout out to Arcknight Games. In addition to that, or rather speaking of Arcknight, we have some giveaways this evening. The first of which is going to be the Orc Horde from the Arcknight Menagerie. That is
Didn't me.
Do it.
this set of 31 clear, flat plastic miniatures. They are beautiful, if I do say so myself. They are from the Arcknight Menagerie, which means that they are technically misprints, but really all that you're missing is some toes from some of these
Who
in certain
even
cases.
needs toes?
They are front and back. I'm going to actually do what you did last week.
Can't even show toes on Twitch.
They are front and back, and they are fully see-through, beautiful, lovely. It comes with orcs, goblins, ogres, wargs, direwolves, everything you need to terrify a party from level 1 to probably 7.
I'm scared.
That'll be our first giveaway for the evening. Stick around to the break to find out how you can enter to win those. The other giveaway this evening is brought to you by myself via Fantasy Forge dice, and it is this set of handmade, spooky Halloween, glow-in-the-dark Fantasy Forge dice. They are shiny as hell, and also they glow in the dark. And I can't show you, but if you stick around during mid-roll, you will see just exactly how they glow. They're beautiful, and I love them. And they could be yours. So once again, stick around until after the break to find out how you can win those.
Or you could just cheat and go to our Facebook if you want to see them. But that means you have to
That's true, yeah.
follow
Then
us
you
on
have
social
to-
media.
yeah.
Or you could go and look up at Arcanarama Show on Twitter or Instagram and find them there.
Maybe we
my
have
God.
the Discord where we can put the password for it early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. There is a link to our Discord. We got a few people who joined us last time. Shout out to all of you. I feel weird saying your names because I don't know if you want me to or not. Let us know in the chat, and Robbie can fill me in later.
But they're very friendly.
They are, and I love them all, and they're all wonderful. And I think all of them have won something at some point during one of the last few streams. So congratulations to all of you. And once again this week, our stream is brought to you lovingly by Carbach Breweries, keeping us hydrated and happy as the over 21 adults that we are, so that we can keep you entertained. Grip it and rip it.
Grip
Grip.
Unless I'm forgetting anything else.
No.
Sounds to me
Yeah, I
like
think
it's
you're
time to
solid.
hop in to tonight's episode of Arcanarama.
Good God.
Previously on Arcanarama, our heroes spent 2 10-day honing their skills and preparing for the launch of their new tavern. After interviewing and hiring staff, Feast and Fountain celebrated its grand opening with some surprise visits. Yagra Strongfist invited Ollie and her friends to join the Silver Stake. Cholula got to rub her success in her former boss's face, but was interrupted by a drunken Leroy Ender, who had a message to deliver. After a successful grand opening, Silas and Cholula headed to the Temple of Bakab in the Sea Ward to have Silas's memory restored. He regained many of his memories, but some strange figure of mist blocked him from learning everything. Returning home, Silas recognized for the first time that, though her hair and eyes had changed, Alma was in fact his daughter. Soon after this bomb dropped, another exploded right on our hero's doorstep. What is the cause of the mysterious ruckus outside? Will Silas and Alma make it to their meeting with Genevieve? What does Leroy Ender have in store for Cholula? Will Ollie and the party join the Silver Stake? Find out in tonight's episode of Arcanarama.
You all jolt up with a start as every window in the manor rattles violently. The joyful music that was playing is replaced by screams of anguish. What would you all like to do? Cholula, you found yourself in the kitchen preparing breakfast as Silas, brought to you by Carbach Breweries, as Silas and Alma were in your respective rooms getting dressed and ready to go and have your Silas's first visit with Genevieve at the Temple of Ilmater. And Ollie was doing push-ups and prayers in her room, either in her room or in the gym that you guys have in your Troll Skull manor. So, what is everybody up to as you hear this loud, cacophonous explosion followed by screams of anguish in the
I'm gonna
streets?
have one of those burps that's like gas to start and then almost a solid, and then put on my jacket as I'm heading out the door downstairs.
Okay.
Can I see anything out of my window?
Make a perception check.
I don't know which direction my window faces. 15?
15. Going to peer out of your window. Actually, I need to pull up schematics of the manor.
Schematics. I'm in the attic. I just always assumed I had the whole thing.
Yeah, I think
there's
you
one
have like a
window that
rounded
faces-
window that looks out onto the street.
Yeah, there's one that goes to the street and one that goes to the alley, if I remember.
I believe so. Okay. Yeah. Looking down, you can see this kind of rising, acrid smoke that's just beginning to dissipate. You see some people running on through to either end of the alley. There are a couple of exits, and you see a number of bodies as well that are kind of cindered and charred.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna run down and find all of the people who are stronger than me.
Okay. You probably run into Silas on the stairs. Cholula and Ollie, what are you guys up to?
Screams, yeah. Ollie's probably gonna just like mid push self up, swing legs around, and then just like bolt out of the door and get to as close to the front door as possible.
Okay. Cholula.
He's so cool.
Cholula, hearing that, kind of
turns the stove off and then grabs the cleaver that's like stuck into the wood cutting board and just heads outside.
Hell yeah. You all reconvene, the three of you, Ollie, Silas, and Alma, coming around the corner from the back entrance to the manor portion as Cholula comes out the door to Feast and Fountain. And stepping outside, you are all greeted by a grisly scene. As a thick cloud of acrid smoke begins to clear, you see a smear of charred bodies lying limply atop scorched ground. It appears that some sort of explosion has occurred. While none of the buildings have been set ablaze, chaos has erupted in the streets, and altogether, you can see 11 dead bodies right outside your door.
Can we tell what it is that exploded?
You can make an Arcana check.
Oh, I mean, like, what building?
Oh, it's like right outside your door.
Just the street.
Yeah, it's like maybe 10 feet away from you.
Okay, then yeah, I'd like to know what occurred.
How are these bodies? Were they centered around it? Were they grouped?
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are we... Sorry, go ahead.
Are we sure they're all dead? Like, these are definitely all...
You'd have to check.
Can I do maybe like a medicine check?
Absolutely.
Are we the first people on the scene? Is anyone else
are
outside?
there are people that were outside going about their business, and you see a couple of people standing nearby that are like hand over mouth gasping.
I want to look for... Can I look for a specific person to see if they're out there?
Yeah.
I want to know if Emic Froon is around.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Alma, what did you get on your Arcana?
22.
22?
That's a natural goddamn 1.
Hey.
Hard to tell.
Oh, shit.
On your medicine check, natural 1 as well.
It's a 6
you kill him.
overall.
Yeah.
But-
you count 15 charred bodies. Fully dead. The rest of you see 11. You don't see a McFroon anywhere in the street. Alma, you know that this is a pretty powerful spell, and that this is a magic. The fact that none of the buildings in the area set on fire tells you that this was a magical effect, and you get the sense that this was some kind of fireball that exploded here, or rather was exploded here.
17 on just kind of what kind of blast, and if there's any way that there was a direction or how these people came to it.
Yeah, you can see that there was a kind of central focus that blasted outward. You rolled 17 on perception?
Insight is what you would ask for.
Right, yes. Yeah, you can see that it actually appears to be the center of focus of the blast appears to be around one of the smaller bodies lying there. It appears to be a charred gnome of some kind.
Did he land in a certain way? Does anyone look like they're splayed away from it? I'm looking for trajectory, I guess.
Yeah, so at this point, it's safe to say you guys are probably approaching and investigating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear.
Yeah, I will let you guys know what you see. On your way to the center, you pass the body of an elderly female human, as well as 2 female halflings. Next to them are a scorched flute and a violin, and 2 male halflings nearby to them. You get the sense that was the music that was playing earlier. You also pass by 2 female humans and 1 half-elf dressed in plain clothes, 2 cloaked male humans clad in leather armor with sheathed longswords at their sides. And at the center of the blast is 1 male gnome wearing a burned cloak and clutching a dagger in one hand.
Does the dagger look specific in any way?
I'd say your passive is high enough that no, it seems to just be an ordinary bit of protection.
Can I do like a quick check on this guy to see if he has any tattoos that are visible?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
I'm gonna check the street, look down the street, up the street for anyone who's running away, not in fear, but in like hiding, like look buildings and alleyways.
Yeah. Make a perception check as you search the alley.
Okay.
Can I check the little guy, the gnomes? Can I check his pockets to see if maybe he's got like a magic registration card or anything like that on him?
Yeah, investigation check. What did you get on yours?
19.
19.
Is he in a gang?
As you're searching his body, you don't find any tattoos on the gnome. Cholula comes over and begins going through his pockets, and as she does, the nearest bodies to the gnome are the two humans in leather armor nearby, and just glancing over, you can already see kind of poking out from a charred wrapping on the sleeve, just a glint of a silver tattoo that looks familiar.
From the cloaked figures.
Got a 6.
6? Sorry, was that did I say investigation?
Yeah.
I meant to say perception. That was my fault.
Oh,
I got a 19.
7.
You see the dagger in his hand. You see that he's got some dry waste on his boots and cloak that kind of hardened from the high heat. That's about it.
Does that smell familiar?
It smells like shit.
Okay.
You can just put shit.
Silas is a 17.
19.
19. Yeah, running up and down the alley. You pass by an elven person, a little androgynous, standing outside of Corellin's Crown, the alchemy shop with the greenhouse on top. And you also notice that some of the windows of the greenhouse were blown out during the blast. Continuing down the street, you can see various windows of other establishments have also either cracked or shattered. Thankfully, all of the Feast and Fountain's facade is kind of further back from a little patio overhang in the entry, so it was protected from most of that. You don't see anyone fleeing. Anyone fleeing that looks suspicious. You do see some people that are like screaming and running. But you do note the person standing outside of Corellin's Crown, as well as an older noblewoman who has these kind of like bifocals on a stand that she's like standing nearby and just looking through in shock. You actually see her kind of like looking up and then back down at the bodies and like gasping.
All of us?
This is just Silas, who's like running up and down the street. We'll get to what you guys are up to in a second.
My eyes are closed. It's the craziest part.
You also clock a halfling child who is kind of tucked behind a barrel, kind of around the opposite side from where the blast would have gone off, who's just kind of like sitting there with his arms around his legs. And with a 19 perception check, you also notice that his right arm is kind of wet up to like halfway up the bicep. That's what Silas sees as he's investigating, or rather running around and keeping eyes for any suspicious characters. The rest of you search through the gnome, and you notice the familiar silver stake tattoos on the two humans.
Can I go check out their persons? Do they have like any sort of like notes about like why they're here, or
Make an investigation check.
Cool.
Actually, a perception check. Keep all that straight in my head.
$21?
Yo.
21.
I had to do math, and that was hard.
You don't find any type of orders or anything of that nature on either of these two, but as Cholula is kind of going and doing the same thing to the gnome, you notice as she kind of turns the body over to go through one of the back pockets, a pouch falls and kind of rolls maybe 2 or 3 feet away. She doesn't seem to notice as she's digging through.
Cholula. Back.
Oh. Snatch?
You're trying to be sneaky about this? I will say at this point there are people around.
Yes.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
Can I also just sort of like seeing that roll these guys over?
Yeah, you do see a couple of pouches on them, and you can hear a faint jingle. They probably have some pocket change.
That's a 22 on sleight of hand.
22. Yeah, you kind of moving around to the other side of the gnome. You like floof your dress out, and it kind of goes over the bag on the ground as you kneel down and like put 2 fingers on the gnome's neck, pretending to take his pulse as you just very subtly scoop up the bag.
I would like to make it look like I am just doing like a medical search on these guys, but I desire the 2 coin bags. So if I could try to pretend to make it look like a...
Yeah, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
You know the way an EMT does. It's checking the pulse in your back pocket.
Yeah.
Your butt pulse.
Where's
It's
the thermometer
strongest
gonna
in the
go?
butt
Yeah, I was
cheek.
gonna say the core temperature.
There's a major artery in the femur.
Yeah.
10.
10. Okay. You snatch the 2 coin purses and tuck them away, touching the bodies a bit, and they're crisp.
They're
There's a
very...
definite scent.
I don't like burns.
They're very crunchy. I'm gonna not touch this anymore. We should call like the city guard or something. But hey, what if we?
How far am I from this group?
We'll say at this
Robbing
point,
dead bodies?
at this point, you've gone to the end of the alley and then to the other end, and you made your way back.
Okay, so I'm within earshot.
Mhm.
Could I use someone's assistance over here, please?
Sure.
And then I'll kneel down in front of the kid, if I could.
Okay.
Are you're all right now? Did you want to move further away, or did you need some water or anything?
I'm all right. There, we were just dancing. I went to get some. And he holds up these 3 skewers of cooked meat. I was just going to get some chicken skewers. It was so loud. And he kind of like peers around you and you can easily tell he's looking in the direction of the 4 scorched halflings that were playing music and dancing.
You don't need to look over there. Would you like some place to sit that's quiet, that's out of the street?
Like that.
Alma, could you help this young man inside?
Yeah, he willingly goes with you.
Yeah, I'm
having to
gonna-
kind of pass by the bodies on the way
Well, I'm
into
gonna
the door.
have my mage hand throw my cape over them.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna throw the bodies aside.
Just tell him to push them down the
I'm just gonna
street.
throw
Don't
this
mind
child on top of this.
So anyway, that's done. No, I'll bring him inside.
Yeah, your cloak kind of
It's done.
gently rests
your
over the
lineage.
bodies.
I have reason to believe that these 2 might have seen something. Kind of pointing, I guess, at the old lady and the person in the alley.
Yeah, they're still there. The other person's not in the alley. They're standing in front of Corellin's Crown,
Oh, okay.
the alchemy shop across the street.
I'll talk to the woman with the glasses.
Right.
I guess I can go to alchemy shop.
I'll go with Jalua to check on this old lady who is being very dirty.
All right. Well, first, Alma, you lead this young halfling boy into Feast and Fountain. He takes a seat on a stool.
Our staff isn't in yet, right?
No, it's very early in the morning. You guys like just woke. It's like sunrise.
Okay.
There is like an almost complete breakfast though in the kitchen.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
we
smells,
can eat
it
at a
smells,
time like this.
it smells really good in here.
Do you have somewhere we could bring you that?
I know my way home.
Do you want? Is there anybody there?
Yeah, my mom and dad.
Do
Well,
you,
mom's there. Dad's working today.
would you want help getting there?
I think it'll be all right.
Is his arm? What's up with his arm?
Make a perception check, or insight. Let me know which one you choose.
I'm gonna go insight.
Okay.
11.
His right arm is just like damp. Water. It's wet. And he's also had his left hand in his pocket this whole time.
Out of curiosity, did you try to put out a fire? What's going on with your arm?
Oh, well, right after the explosion, I ducked behind that barrel, and then I heard a plop, and I found this inside. And he holds up a necklace that's got these little, it's kind of like a golden necklace that's got some reddish beads hanging off of it. And you can see that 2 of the beads are missing. So there's like little clasps, but no beads. I'm not sure where it came from, but I found it inside that barrel. I was going to hold on to it.
What if instead I gave you a little money and you let me hold on to that?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Neither one of those are bad.
24?
How much?
I can give you... How much does that necklace look worth? Well, that wasn't a sentence that made any sense.
You can make an insight check to kind of appraise the item.
19.
19? I mean, it's damaged, clearly. But it looks expensive. It appears to be real gold.
I don't understand the economy of this place, so I'm just gonna throw out a number and you tell me if I'm if I'm fucking this kid over, because that's not my goal.
Okay.
3 dragons.
3 dragons would be a very expensive necklace, yes.
Okay, yeah. I can give you 3.
Deal.
Okay.
He hands you the necklace and holds a hand out.
I hand him 3.
I like this kid. Let's keep him. I know I'm not there, but
We can't
This is Taylor.
We can't keep children.
He kind of like looks
He has
over,
a home.
Kind of looks over your shoulder.
He has parents.
He has one lotion or potion, I swear to God.
It smells good.
Oh,
Y'all open?
not yet, but honestly, given the circumstances, you're welcome to whatever you want
Thank
until...
He stands up and makes his way over and starts like picking through. What was Cholula preparing?
Cholula's making some mushroom and spinach omelets with some charred tomatoes on the vine and toast.
Nice.
I'm gonna eat my breakfast.
Yeah, he grabs a piece of toast and a couple of charred tomatoes and kind of like smears them with his hand and just eating, chilling.
I'm gonna sit nearby while he's doing that. Can I inspect this closer?
Yeah.
This necklace?
Make an Arcana check.
18?
This appears to be a magical item of some kind. You can see runes etched on each of the beads, and also lining the inside of the gold chain of the necklace itself.
I'm gonna tuck that deep into my pack to make sure it doesn't get pickpocketed or anything wild like that.
Absolutely. As you're doing that,
And then I'm gonna wait, I suppose,
Yeah.
because nobody said I assumed we were all gonna be.
could I have Ollie and then Silas and Cholula, one of you, roll initiative? This is just to see who we're gonna hop to from here.
that's a 5. Well, and,
I have-
is this
You add your
dex-
initiative, yeah.
I was gonna say, is this dex based?
I have
I was gonna say Cholula
have
probably
plus-
should have made that roll.
Yeah.
plus 14 to my initiative.
It's an 8. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
That's why I looked right at you.
And for those of you at home, I think we've touched on this before, but little homebrew flavor. I like to let all of the PCs start with a feat, regardless of whether or not they're a variant human, just because I think that's fun. And I think Cholula took alert, correct? Mm-hmm. So yeah, she's very alert and very quick acting.
Yeah.
So 5, or rather, what's with your
8?
8?
Oh, individual. Okay. 19.
19, nice.
So I win.
So Ollie, you make your way over to Corellan's crown, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Where am I? Ah, here we are. As you approach, you see a lovely elf with long silver hair, very common clothing, but it looks to be of decent make. And they stand there kind of looking out and see you approaching. Was that your tavern?
Oh, yeah, right in front, but we're all okay, actually. I was coming to make sure that you were all right. There was nothing I could do about the people in the street, but I figured it'd just be neighborly to pop over. Are you doing okay?
Yes, and I'm glad to hear that you are as well. I don't believe we've met. I'm Fuller Lefferly.
Ollie, actually, wouldn't by chance be a sports fan, are you?
Not particularly. I spend most of my time tending to the garden.
No, that's fair. You seem to have been outside, and just because this was in front of our place, by chance, did you see what was going on? We're gonna have to make a report.
Of course.
Imagine.
Well, actually, I was watering plants in the greenhouse on the second floor of my shop when the blast blew out some of my windows. Luckily, I wasn't injured. Through the smoke, I saw a cloaked man take something from the body of the dead gnome, and then he started limping away. He appeared badly burned and was casting glances over his shoulder like he was afraid someone might be following him. He was headed that direction. She points down the street, towards the bent nail.
Towards the mint nail?
The bent nail, yes.
Oh, okay. And I give her like a quick look over. She looks fine and safe, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks so much. And no offense, but you look kind of safe, so I'm gonna go check on others, make sure that no one needs help. I'm kind of only good for that. And Ollie sort of like turns around and skips off.
Yeah, of course. Silas and Cholula, you approach the older human woman who's standing there kind of still looking through her tiny binoculars. And as you approach, she looks over. Oh, heavens, I didn't see you coming.
Excuse me, ma'am, did you see something before the explosion?
I tell you what, it was... yes, I did see something. I was just leaving the Tiger's Eye. I stepped outside and I saw someone standing up on top of that building over there. And I tell you what, it was not a man. Closer to a puppet, shaped like a man. A puppet without strings. It was on the rooftop, just there, across the street. It hurled something down into the crowd below. That caused the explosion. I seen them halflings burned alive. I seen it with my own eyes.
Goodness.
Cyrus is just going to keep looking back and forth at these two southern bells, I guess.
Did you happen to see where he went?
He skidded off down that direction, but I lost sight of him after the explosion. I was distracted by them, all them burning people.
You said it looked like a puppet?
Yes, a puppet without strings.
Right, a puppet with no strings. I could see the balls in his joints as he skidded across the roof. Real uncanny valley.
I could see his bones.
Thanks. I guess maybe just repeat that to the watch then.
Of course. I imagine they'll be showing up any minute
Has
now.
anyone called the watch, do you know?
I personally have not, but there's a station nearby. I'm sure somebody that ran off and in the hectic mess will give them the heads up.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been hailed. Thank you again. Does she look shady?
Make an insight check.
That was just kind of a first impression earlier. I have to kind of go through with it now. That's a nat 1 that was on 19 for a while.
I got a 5.
5. This lady knows something. She's not saying it.
Okay, I kind of...
We should kill her. What? I'm sorry, I didn't say that out loud.
that went over my head.
Breakfast. We should eat it quickly. I just kind of grab her by the arm and continue to walk.
As you start stepping away, she takes you by the arm for a moment, holding you there for a second. She looks deeply into your eyes and she says, "Y'all be safe out there now." And she looks back into her binoculars up at the roofs.
I think at that point I kind of pull on quickly walk back to the tavern.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would she do that?
Something's up with it.
Ollie, are you headed back to the tavern as well?
Yeah.
Okay. As you all re-enter the Feast and Fountain, you see Alma keeping a close watch on a young boy who's now on his 3rd piece of toast, just popping the cherry tomatoes that have been charred.
You're having a good breakfast then, you're fine?
I feel a lot better now.
What did you find?
Do you need help getting home?
No, I should probably be going. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time.
Does this kid seem safe to walk home by himself?
Make an insight check.
He's eaten all of our breakfast. He's fine.
Are you sure you don't want to stay and talk to the watch?
I think I'll be all right. Excuse me. Sorry, this is really good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
23.
23? You get the sense that this kid is...
is he street smart?
Yeah. Also, based on... It's hard to tell with halflings sometimes, but he's definitely young. You would guess probably anywhere between 12 and 14.
Oh, he's a tween. Get out of my house.
You...
See? Did I catch any reaction when Silas said the watch in him?
Make an insight check.
Yes, the breakfast is very good. It's meant for 5 people, but yes, have your fill before you leave, I guess.
Oh, I couldn't eat another bite.
Yeah.
Silence is
23.
23? He didn't seem to react negatively or in any sense.
He's just got to be going home.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for the food.
Absolutely.
I'm going to follow. As he's walking out, I'm going to follow and close the door behind him.
Absolutely. You do so. Are you locking it behind him?
Not an immediate click, but just a precautionary lock.
You said the windows are fine here?
Mm-hmm.
I jump out the window.
The young boy exits and makes his way down the street.
Hey, so that was actually totally weird. Leather bodies? Totally silver stake. I took their money though.
Yes?
Oh.
Yeah, I totally took their money. And Alex pulls out the bag and started jingling.
The ones in the cloaks?
Yeah. The leather armor out there, the humans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, silver stake for sure.
See you take the money?
I just made it look like I was checking the I don't think so.
I found something too.
The kid found something. I'm going to reach to the bottom of my bag and pull out the necklace and put it on the table.
Yeah, you do so.
I don't know what it does, but I do know that whatever happened out there was magical fire.
You can't read these runes?
Useless. I don't know what to do about them.
I'm gonna pull out that little pouch that fell out of the gnome's pocket and dump it out.
Yeah, as you dump it out, you see a clatter of large gems.
Oh, Cholula.
Well, the watch is more than likely coming, so
I'm gonna
let's
put it back in.
I'm gonna put the necklace back in my bag.
make a mental drawing of this.
Ollie, you have about the equivalent of 4 gold dragons in silver pieces.
Well, okay, listen. All I'm saying is this and that. They're not going to be looking for Four gold dragons. The one time I steal and I don't even.
We'll be splitting these together.
No,
I'm
that's fine.
not keeping this for myself.
It's more the action of taking something from a freshly charred corpse.
They're known as crime scenes.
Of course they don't need it anymore, but the
Desired
watch
it?
needs to see it. Yes, you desired it, but they desired to live, and the watch desires to know what happened to the crime scene when someone takes something away from them.
Oh, I just. Well, it was
Do
in front
I,
of
if I
me.
give like a quick side glance out, does our door have windows? I've just always imagined it did.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna give a glance out those. Is there anybody
Yeah, it's kind of
approaching us?
frosted, and there are like clear windows on either side of it.
Privacy.
Okay. Anybody coming this way?
Make a perception check. And Cholula, if you'd like to make an insight check to see if you can garner the monetary value of these gems.
Perception?
Yes.
12.
Did you
12.
guys get the information from the lady you talked to?
Give us some action next time. It looked like it just landed on 2.
What was I doing? Insight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a 3.
3? It's hard to tell if they're even real. You'd probably have to get somebody to appraise them at like a jewelry store or something. Or maybe one of your friends if they have any knowledge in that area. You're not sure. Alma, you just begin to see the livery of the watch coming around the corner at the opposite end, kind of coming around from Bookworm's Treasure and the Tiger's Eye area.
Could I look at those gems?
Yeah, make an insight check.
I have jeweler's tools.
Oh.
What?
I don't know how or
Since
why.
when?
Are you proficient with them?
I don't know.
Is it in your proficiencies?
Yeah.
Then yeah, make this check with advantage.
I thought I'd remembered that from session 1, and I was like, why is that in there?
I want to know why that's in there.
That's a 19 natural. Bonus, I think, is
Cholula, as you're
it's a 21.
as you're kind of like looking at one of the gems, you kind of turn it over in your hand and look, and you see Silas is standing right next to you, and somehow has like a tiny little magnifying glass on his eye, and he's looking at it too. Silas, you get the sense that these 5 gemstones are worth about 500 gold dragons each.
Yeah, put those away. Yeah, we'll deal with those later. Can
Company incoming.
That's what, 250,000 gold dragons in total?
Holy shit.
500 times 5. Did I do that properly?
I don't. Wait.
Yeah,
Or 25,000.
man, get at us in the chat if you know
Oh,
math.
man.
If you know math.
If you know math.
It's a test.
500 times 5, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, 500 times 5. 2,500.
Yep, we're
Zeros,
all
please.
real people. 2,500. And we should maybe take that to someone who does know what that is, maybe. Right?
Probably.
You said someone was coming?
Yep, we've got
can
watch
ask-
on the way.
We can ask Bolo about that necklace.
That's a good idea.
What's the plan on the watch?
The truth. I mean,
Tell him what we
woke up.
gathered, yeah.
I unlocked the door.
We woke up and then we took some stuff off those bodies outside.
Not that whole truth.
I would skip that
We did.
part.
Where are you putting those gems?
In my apron pockets with everything else.
Watch, open up.
I'm gonna crack the door and just stick my little face out.
As you do, you see Detective Felspeth Etchplane there in her liveries, and beside her you see someone wearing a black robe, kind of a shorter, stouter human man with a curly mustache and a big bushy beard.
You just wanted to say that.
A great
It's
big
true though.
bushy
A great
beard.
big bushy beard.
Oh, no.
But no, he really does. And he's also got some little spectacles that sit atop a kind of bulbous nose, standing next to her. Miss Newport, might we have a word inside? There's been a bit of an incident out here. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Gosh, an incident. We all just woke up. Come on inside.
Of course. Make a deception check.
Oh, so we're learning about the whole thing.
Ah. Start to finish.
Oh no. I'm supposed to be good at that. That is not.
She kind of like twitches in the face a bit, and then her eyes kind of glance down quickly to just the faint bit of your pen your Harper pen that can be seen. Not like the
Forgot
full
I
thing
had
on
that.
display, but like she can see the back of it. Mm-hmm. And she kind of like glances down at that, and she's like, "Thank you," and steps inside. She steps in and sees all of you. Hello, I don't believe we've all been cordially introduced. I'm Detective Vesper Edgeplane of the City Watch. And this, and the man kind of stepping forward,
Barnabas Blastwind, the watchful order of mages and protectors. At your service, we're here to get to the bottom of this little kerfuffle that's happened outside your door. Might I have a seat?
Of course,
Sure,
yes.
sit
Have
down.
a seat here.
Chalila Duvet, Miss Etchplane, I
detective,
believe,
yes.
detective. We met the other night.
yes, of course. And of course, Silas.
That's fine. This is, I think, Almond.
Do you know these people, Detective Edgeplane?
I attended their grand opening a couple of nights ago. They
Yeah.
run quite a lovely business. So,
And that's Ollie Ilno and Alma Newport.
Miss Newport, Miss Ilno. Well, we're doing a bit of investigating outside, trying to get to the bottom of what's gone on here. And we're not at liberty to give away too many details about the investigation, but it does seem that the intended target of the attack appeared to have been headed here at the time.
Oh. Well, we don't open until lunchtime.
That is quite strange. Do any of you have any gnome associations with any gnomes in the city?
No?
Not that I can think of.
All right.
Not that would, cause a blast.
No.
Of course. And any... you said you were all in here having just woken up.
I was
the
getting
rest okay.
breakfast ready when I heard what happened.
I came downstairs after the blast.
Honestly, same. I woke up, heard the big boom. Went
Right.
outside.
And this whole time you can see Barnabas Blastwind is taking notes with a quill in a small thing. He kind of like turns a page, keeps taking them. And do you have any insight into perhaps why this person might have been headed to your establishment outside of popping in for a drink?
No, but I was able to gather some information from people in the street, if you haven't talked to them yet.
We do have different detectives and agents out in the field taking reports, but I would love to know what you learned so that we can corroborate those.
Right.
Well-
We didn't get a name, but she's holding binoculars.
The sort of glasses on a stick.
Older noblewoman. Yes,
She saw
Jezrin.
something.
Jezrin Hornraven.
Oh,
Sorry.
Jasmine? That would be good to know.
She saw something fleeing on the rooftops. She described it as a puppet without strings. Not sure if that's redundant now.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Barnabas pauses for a moment, takes some more notes, turns page.
Said his joints were moving on spheres or something.
You could see his balls.
She didn't put it quite like that.
Oh my.
Right.
She could have put it like that, but she didn't.
Ball joints.
Yes.
Interesting.
Does that mean anything to me?
You can make a history check. You've been in Waterdeep, not including your time before leaving Waterdeep,
Yeah.
for 3 years?
3 to 5.
Make this with advantage.
Ooh.
Should I check
18.
on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. History, you say?
Yes, please.
God, that's a 1.
Oh
So
my.
everything's great.
That means next week I'm going to get it.
Maybe not.
I will
Not
say,
contagious.
so you do get something from that one. Alma, this sounds very similar to, there are various holiday festivals throughout the different seasons in Waterdeep. And in particular, on Founders Day, which is actually coming up pretty soon, it's the first of Flame Rule, is the anniversary of the founding of Waterdeep as
How
a city.
soon is that?
Coming up in about 2 10 day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of in the heart of summer
Okay.
in Waterdeep. You know that there are a lot of parades that happen, and particularly on Founders Day, there are parades that snake through almost the entire city, going through all the different wards with different dancers and actors and celebrations and music and all kinds of things. It can be pretty inconvenient for trying to get around on that day because there are just massive crowds of people in the streets pretty much everywhere that you go. But oftentimes you have caught some of these parades and similar figures have performed in them. What was your total roll again?
18.
18. I'll say you even recall that you heard someone refer to them once as Nimblewright. They're automatons, manufactured beings that perform in the parades and are easy to kind of dress up in different ways and do dangerous stunts without anyone really being at risk.
Okay.
Cholula, you also remember all of this, but through a lens of those always being the absolute worst times to be in the service industry in Waterdeep, because Founders Day always blows. The money is usually a little bit better, but most people don't tip, and
Too drunk.
yeah, and it's just more hassle than it's worth.
I'm gonna close the tab.
You can feel your bones ache just thinking about it.
Just
Interesting. And is that all that she said?
I mean, she used some strange euphemisms, I guess. I mean, she spoke like you, which is weird.
sounds like a nimble right to me.
That's what I was thinking as well.
But are they capable of murder?
Yeah, what are the laws of nimble rights?
Hey, are they
In
capable
this
of
particular...
They have no
that?
rights. Constructs do not have any rights to speak of in Waterdeep. If a Nimblewright were behind this, were found to be guilty of committing this senseless act, they would be destroyed on the spot.
Just one more question. I believe that the fire or explosion was magical in nature, but as far as I understand, a Nimblewright can't cast magic.
As you say this, the detective kind of strokes her chin, looking down, and Barnabas speaks up.
Yes, it would have to have been some kind of magical item of some kind, in that case.
Would that potentially help me put together what this necklace is?
You can make another Arcana check.
That was the information that Cholula and I
It sure don't.
had
Is that a...
gained.
Oh, okay.
And this is all that you've heard.
All that I've had. We kind of split up and checked on survivors and things. We had brought a boy in and fed him when he left. He knew not much.
Did he have anything to say? Was he a witness?
He just hid. Some of his friends were hurt.
He came out to eat, was coming to enjoy the music, and the explosion happened, and he was in a fright for a bit.
Right. I'm going to make a deception check with advantage. Lying by omission.
What didn't I say? Oh.
He gave you a necklace.
I don't know what
That's a
you're
magical
talking
item.
You said with advantage?
Yeah, because Silas is helping.
14.
14? Okay. And you, Miss Ilno, did you learn anything in your split off?
Yeah, I know where it's at, or at least the way it headed.
You know where the attacker fled?
Well, yeah, it took something from the body and it dipped.
Do you know which body?
Yeah, the gnome guy. Also, actually, here, let me just show you which way it went, and Ollie will lead them outside, but if she can, she would kind of like to pull Detective, what was it,
Edgeplane.
Aside, and tell them about the silver stake tattoos on the humans.
Okay. Are all of you heading outside, or are the rest of you staying inside?
I'm following pretty
Yeah,
close
I
by.
want to follow.
Okay, Barnabas comes as well. Would any of you... So, actually, everybody make an insight check real quick. And I would like Ollie to make a stealth check.
Oh! Well,
It's like,
try to put some flair on it.
yeah, put some movement on that one.
Oh, that's not 20!
Hooray!
I don't know where that other one went.
It's next to stream director Robbie, but he can't
Oh,
move.
our best boy.
So I'll say,
Bestest boy.
Cholula notices... Thanks,
you,
Robbie.
You rolled a 9.
Cholula, you see that Ollie is kind of trying to take Detective Edgeplane off to the side. Would you like to intervene and try and distract Magister Blackwind or Blastwind?
Blastwind. Yeah.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
I rolled a 24.
24. You also see this.
Oh,
Kind
I'm going to
aside.
smooth him.
That's an 8.
18.
You're going to
I'm going to help smooth him, like
Yeah.
get him out the door without.
absolutely. That gives you advantage.
Okay, tight. Maybe.
You got an 18 though to start, huh?
No.
Oh, well that is.
Yeah.
You just start
plus
saying
6.
numbers.
What is that?
24.
There you go.
It's not my dice. I can
Okay,
count.
so we'll say that Ollie and Detective Edgeplane make their way outside. What did the two of you do to successfully keep Barnabas Blastwind from following directly behind?
I'm gonna open the door and kind of put my body, like to kind of like show him outside. Just kind of put my body between him and Edgeplane.
Perfect.
I'm gonna tell him I just made some breakfast. Do y'all want anything to kind of snack and grab and go sort of while you're working?
Is that toast I smell?
That is toast. You are not dying.
I wouldn't be opposed.
All right.
She can bring that out to you out here, as Ollie shows you.
Beautiful, yes,
Or-
wonderful.
Or whoever's
Do you
showing him
think
down the street.
the detective would want one as well?
Wouldn't hurt.
All right. I'll
If
be
she
right
doesn't
back.
want it, I can take it off her hands.
And he follows you over to help you. As Ollie, you take Detective Edgeplane outside. As all of this is happening.
So I was talking to that person over there. She told me that basically they watched someone take something from the body and they went that way. However, Silas trusts you, so I guess I can too. And the two humans in the street, they have silver stake tattoos.
She glances over, and you can see that the watch has kind of started taking over this area and are separating the bodies into different piles, not piles, but different rows. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Persuasion. That is 22. 19 plus 3.
Nice. She looks over. Right. The bodies have been identified as Silver Stake. From what we've gathered, the gnome was running from 3 armed pursuers. The third person, who appeared to have been chasing the gnome, is not among the dead. This corroborates what you've told us about the person seen limping away. They may not have been responsible for the blast, but they definitely took part. It appears that they stole something and made their way off without it. It does appear that the gnome and his pursuers were heading towards the feast and fountain, but it also doesn't appear to us that either the gnome or his pursuers saw the blast coming, so there may be some sort of third party involved here. As she's saying this, the door kicks open, and Blastwind comes out holding 2 pieces of toast. Detective Edgeplane. Oh, thank you.
Pocket toast.
Does this Edgeplane lady have a Harper pin?
Make a perception check.
Ooh. With the toast? No, hiding the toast. If you got a little flash.
What was that?
Perception.
9?
9. You don't see anything as she tucks it away. Miss Ilna was telling me that they saw the suspect make his way down the street here towards Bent Nail, correct? Mm-hmm. And she points down. Blastwind is like, very good, very good. Thank you for the information. Mm-hmm. And he walks away, toast in mouth. Edgeplane kind of watches and lingers for a moment and looks out back over all of you. I appreciate you being forthcoming with the information. Anything to aid in the investigation? If you think of anything else or if you learn anything else, let us know. You can contact me through the watch. Thank you all again.
Sure, and I apologize. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to see you before.
It's totally fine. I do have a life outside of the watch. Good day to all of you.
You as well.
Down with tyranny.
Fairness for all.
Fairness for all.
Fairness
I forgot
for
it. I'm
all.
glad you said it.
She nods and
Pretend
walks
we all
away.
said it at the same time.
Yeah, if anything, Alma, that's kind of your confirmation. You didn't see the pin, but you heard the word.
What do you mean you weren't supposed to see her? Well, because I mentioned that she was here the other night. She was talking with Silas when I came in, and then she sort of said that she was here for something else, a grand opening or something, and she wasn't. So maybe that was
She
official.
She wasn't
unofficial
sure who I
business.
was, so she was checking on that.
I don't know what they're talking
Insight
about.
check.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I was upstairs.
I think you know
taking
what
a
to roll.
bath,
Yeah.
But she was at the house and she didn't die and she didn't kill us. And then we invited her back, so I assumed she was safe.
16.
22.
22? Yeah, you can glean pretty quickly that Silas is being honest.
Okay. Just checking.
That's my dad.
Oh, also, sorry, before... Quick rewind. Before Edgeplane does the whole down with tyranny and walks away, she also informs you that they're corroborating this information with other witnesses, and they will also be bringing in a cleric to interview the dead.
Ooh.
Oh.
Can do that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Before she leaves, if any of you are interested, for 25 gold dragons, you could have your own interview as well.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You're kidding?
No, thank you.
Wait, is it like 25
Without-
a person, or can like me and Jalula just go to halfsies?
With our connection, 25 gold dragons total, I can get you into a room with the bodies and a cleric.
Halfsies.
If you have any
Halfsies.
questions.
Mm-hmm.
Halfsies.
No, thank you.
I would love for my colleagues to get that information. Thank you.
Again,
Yes.
I can't stress enough, it appears that this gnome was headed to you.
Again, I'd love
And
to know
that's
it's just
great.
not from that.
And his voice is probably already in my
Yeah.
brain, so I don't need to talk to him.
Ollie and I will
She
do it
says
for
things
the
like-
four of us.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Representatives,
Yes.
if you will.
Actually,
Perfect.
Yep.
Do I pay you now? Or...
Pay me on the day. And she begins writing something herself, tears off a little slip and hands it to you. It's an address in the northern castle ward.
Mm-hmm.
She hands it to you. Meet me here. Knock on the door thrice. And speak the words. And that's how I'll know it's you.
Alright.
Down with tyranny.
Fairness for all.
And she makes her exit.
So,
Is this tomorrow?
This evening.
This evening? Okay.
staff is coming by, right? I mean, we're opening soon at this point.
What time is it?
It's still early. It's the watch showed up about 20 minutes after the blast, and that conversation took maybe another 30 minutes. So you're looking at like maybe 9 bells.
Is the street still crawling with like watch and activity?
Yeah, you can see that they're going to various other homes and businesses, and they're essentially canvassing the neighborhood.
The watch gets thirsty. Probably not. And this is Waterdeep, from what I've gathered. It's not a uncommon thing to happen.
We don't open for a couple more hours, though. I need to clean up this breakfast mess so it's not there when lunch shift gets here.
Right.
But, do we want to pursue anything?
In what way?
You know, check to see if we can trace any footprints that look like they ran away from the scene, or maybe checking the roof that what was it called? The Nimble Rat was on top of.
I didn't see him, but it sounds like that's what she was describing.
I'm sure Detective Edgeplane will regale us as to what the watch has gathered
Right.
when we see her again. Sorry, I was just rather set on
Oh,
maybe going
y'all
to
had things to do today.
temple today.
I have a question on
I
that.
mean, I am in my finery, so
You look right.
Wear this, you're gonna get robbed. And I hand over the hat of disguise. Just until we get there, you're gonna get robbed.
right. I put on the hat. Do I tap it or something?
Just think about what you'd like to look like.
Trip.
Briefly, I'm in like full winter clothing, and then back to just like my normal rags.
How interesting.
Sorry, it was the first thing I thought of. I was a bit chilly.
I'm just curious, so you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. But if both of you are living in town, why haven't you gone back to the manor?
Because there's nothing there. What are we supposed to do with it?
I was just curious about why she was staying in a temple somewhere rather than fixing up the family estate or whatnot.
Yeah, was there some reason she's at? You said Ilmater, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys
Which
out
one
of
is
money?
I mean, if it's a money issue, she can stay here. If
What?
it's...
Cholula, make a religion check.
Okay.
These don't happen very often.
It's Christianity.
Surprise!
Yeah, that's a 5.
Yeah, you've never heard of Ilmater before.
Very good.
Or rather, you've heard of Ilmater before, but you don't know
It's
what their
nice.
domain is.
Yeah, which one's Ilmater?
The Flate God.
I mean, that's
Pretty intense.
It's complicated,
That's alright. I was just.
but they were willing to take her.
good. I'm guessing they didn't ask too many questions. Everyone in the city seems to think no one returned from that house.
It was too complicated to figure out how I was going to explain why a missing noble was suddenly back.
You're absolutely right to do so. I guess we should go if you're
Yeah,
ready.
y'all go handle your business. We can talk
You
later.
sure you two are gonna be okay here?
Sure, unless you want us to come
Explosions?
barging on your family shit. We can just say
I'd really rather you wouldn't.
No.
I'm
Sounds like
gonna.
they're broke.
You know how to use magic, right?
I can't fix the broke.
I don't need you to. I'm
I can
gonna
only do the.
hand you the necklace. Whatever it is, it's powerful, so be careful if you need to use it, but if anybody comes back, it'll definitely handle your problem.
Do I notice the two missing?
Yeah, you can easily see there are 2 missing, 2 left. Kind of hanging. So if you were to hold it up, there's like the necklace portion, and then 4 little prongs that hang down. The 2 in the center are a little bit longer than the ones on the sides. 2 of them are missing. 2 of them are still there.
Symmetrical. Do I know, can I gather the mechanics of this necklace that, like, I pop off and throw, or, like...
If you'd like to take 10 minutes to attune to the necklace, you can figure out everything about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, Silas and Alma, you guys prepare yourselves and begin heading down the street towards the seaward. Silas, what do you end up wearing?
Just the rags that I blew in on.
Okay. Cholula, what are you going to be up to as they're all going on
and
about their day?
Well, I guess I'm gonna
Washed
ask
up
Ollie if she wants to join me for breakfast, and we'll do that, and then I'll clean up after myself for the lunch crew. And,
yeah, and there's just about enough breakfast left for the two of you.
and we'll probably just,
Anyway.
Cholula's gonna have a drink.
Okay. Ollie, as you take a moment and spend some time getting to know this necklace. It's a necklace of fireball. And in order to use it, you pluck one of the beads from the necklace and send it to your desired location, and it detonates.
Ooh, desires. You just won her.
Oh my goodness.
Silas and Alma, I believe actually if you go to magic items in D&D Beyond, you can probably find a necklace of fireballs in there.
That's what I was
And it's got
trying to
two charges left. Silas and Alma, you begin making your way towards the seaboard. When you get to the end of Troll Skull Alley, you see a
Yeah, dude.
fucking rip it, bro. Shut.
Did you get those bracers for that?
I also actually need a moment to grip and rip.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for the ideal time.
She sploosh.
Sorry. You see about 12 constables that have set up a blockade out of the alley.
Hi. Hello.
Hello there.
Just looking to get to the seaboard.
Yeah, sorry, we're not allowed to let anyone leave. There is an investigation in place, and suspicious individuals might be about. We've had to cordon off the alley. Apologies.
That's fine. You're aware of Miss Felchblane, right? Detective.
Yeah, she's my commanding officer.
I think
She kind of like
might give
motions
us-
over her shoulder. You can see she's standing nearby.
I think she might give us a pass. She had just spoken to us, and I think cleared us for it.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't think there's much of a plus on that, but I'm going to check because I wanted to have. Ooh. 10.
Hold a moment. He turns and walks over, and you see he begins conversing with her. She looks over in your direction, then back to him, and says a few words. He steps back. Right, you've been cleared by Superior. You're free to go.
Yeah, she's still like on the sidewalk on the way to where we're walking. As I pass her, is there anyone really close to her? I'd like to whisper something to her.
She's just finished a conversation with another constable who begins walking away as you guys are passing.
Excuse me. I need to know everything about Met, and I'll just keep walking.
She kind of like lifts her head for a moment, nods as you're walking away, goes back about her business.
Right. Sorry, I'm kind of hell-bent on seeing your mother, I guess. Did you want something to eat? I know Cholula's food was kind of taken.
Genevieve is her name.
Yeah.
Just
I knew that.
just try to go with whatever she says. I don't actually know what she might say to you.
Is there something wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
Yes. I'll
not as fixable as yours. I don't think. It's not magical, is what I mean. So I don't know what to do.
We'll figure something out. I'll just roll with the punches today then.
It's probably a good idea. I try not to stay too long. She starts to loop faster the longer you're there, but she hasn't seen you in years, so I don't know what the loop might be.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't really know what happened to her. It started when we crossed over, and it wasn't that bad, and then it just got
I have a pretty good idea.
worse. She's just a person.
Yeah, she always hated that.
Being a person?
Yeah, leaving the house really did a toll on her. A toll on me as well. But, I was fed up with it and I thought I could leave to fix it. I left, tried to fix it, and from what I can recall, my fixing it removed all memory of it, which doesn't really fix anything.
I don't know where you went.
You wouldn't believe me if I described it to you.
Probably not, if I'm being honest.
But I want to hear it described.
Maybe later, Ollie.
I'm so tired.
Did you run up here?
Absolutely.
She yells down from the rooftop and parkours back to the tavern.
But your knee!
Love your daughter!
Yeah. Let's just see how this goes now. Maybe I had a different idea of how this was going to go in my head.
What did you...
I thought maybe she had forgotten to, but I'm hearing a bit more.
I don't actually know. I don't know if she remembers that place and that's where she thinks she is right now. She's hard to understand at times.
What do you remember?
From over there? It's complicated. We didn't leave the house very much. It was dangerous to do so.
Yeah.
But I remember mostly is that after you left, she went to the ball. And
Yeah.
she got caught. And that's when we left. And I remember running through the mist. And running through the mist. And running through the mist. And then eventually we just came out the other side. And now ghosts live in my head. So good or bad, that happened.
I traded to get through the mist. Spent gods know how long in horrible darkness, surviving, watching others die. I lost track of time. Remembering it even feels like years or decades. Horrible place. Apparently that's where I got these.
You didn't have them when you left.
I wanted to come back. I wanted to have a solution. And then I forgot why I'd left it all.
Well, you spent a lot of time there trying to forget that you were there, so...
I did. That irony reached me at the temple.
To be clear, I'm not as angry with you. I'm angry that you cornered me. Yeah, that was frustrating. But I didn't not tell you because I'm angry at you. I didn't not tell you to get back at you. I didn't tell you because how would that have helped anything to somebody who doesn't know who they are, let alone that there's two people who depend on them in some way? What was that gonna do for you? Nothing good, probably.
It would have meant a lot more than maybe you predicted. I didn't know if I was real there for a while. Wasn't even sure if I was dreaming by the time I got to the awning portal.
If it helps, when we came out of the mist, I thought I was dead for a year.
Right, yes. I thought
So-
I was in one of the hells whenever I went through the mist.
I don't have like a normal body temperature anymore. I
Okay.
thought I was dead. It's crazy.
Right.
It's like a corpse. It's wild.
I'll take your word for
Yeah,
it.
it's-
Is that? I
it's
mean, have
really
you
weird.
asked anyone about
I'll
it?
hold
Is
out
it
my
something?
hand.
Yeah. You also notice at this point, as you guys are walking, it is like getting towards the dead of summer. It is blazing hot outside. People are like shirts and tunics open, like sweating through the streets. Alma is still wearing like a cape and long sleeves and looks fine. And as you touch her hand, it is cool.
Okay.
What I meant by that is that
And you heard the
did.
voices after you left the mist, or
Um,
during the mist.
during that they're how I knew where to go. The problem is now they just won't leave, and I keep getting more, and it's always loud.
Hey. I mean, all that said, you seem pretty sane for someone who just said that sentence.
Sometimes I can fake it, okay. Other times it's a little bit harder, like in the estate.
You get the faking it from your father, then. And that kind of motion to the pen.
Well, thanks.
What can I say? I didn't know who I was until 5 days ago, 3 days ago.
Yesterday?
No. Must have been a couple days ago.
I think it was yesterday. Yeah.
Right, yes. Sorry.
Mhm.
I'm starving and hungover. Yes.
And you
It's hot.
arrive at the Temple of Ilmater in the Sea Ward. A tall, heavy gray brick building. Not as like opulent. The opposite of the Temple of Bakab that you recently visited. It's all gray stone, lit by torchlight entering. It's still kind of warm and comforting to you, Silas. Alma, immediately stepping inside, you get just that wave of like liquid gloom that you have to trudge through, where you hear whispers behind every pillar and coming through every door. This place sucks.
Yeah.
I'll
Um,
2 gold, kind of. This,
There's a bowl to the side. Can I get my hat back?
oh, right. Yes.
Thank you.
As you take it off, it just like back to your normal, nice clothes.
Sweating so much. I'm sweating so much.
She motions over to this little offering plate that you see is mostly silver and copper pieces, sitting at the feet of this very tall statue that depicts a man, bald, and he's kind of pinned up to a stake with his hands bound together above his head, stretched out in this kind of form. Bound by the only color that you see on the statue is a red cord that binds the hands together, and you see cuts and wounds of all kinds all over the body, and it's this massive statue that kind of dominates this main area.
I'm not supposed to say something, am I?
I never have.
Okay, good. Drop it.
I will start leading him down the hall towards Genevieve's room. Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, you've tried to scare me away from it this whole walk. But yes.
Yeah, I mean, she probably won't notice that those aren't specifically the clothes you'd wear to a ball. In we go! And I open the door.
Yeah, stepping inside, you see Genevieve. Both of you instantly recognize her. She looks kind of strangely, she looks exactly the same as she did in the memory that you had recently, where now you met her for the first time. She is a full elf and does not age like other people do. And you see her standing in the same tattered dress that she was trying to scrub back into Montlieu, standing in front of a mirror and just kind of has one hand placed onto the mirror and doesn't really react as you both step into the room, but sees you in the mirror and kind of makes eye contact with you, Alma. Oh, Alma, you're here.
As soon as she registers me in the mirror, I'm going to sidestep the view of the mirror.
Yeah, you do. She is like starting to turn around as you do this, and she just begins. Is that what you're... Silas?
Yes.
I told you he'd come back. And she steps forward and goes to embrace you. And you get this instant sense, this warm feeling that you've only remembered up to this point, but now you're experiencing it, of embracing your wife.
How have you been?
Just busy in preparation. It's almost time for the ball. You look wonderful.
Thank you. You as well.
Oh, Alma, is this what you're wearing? And she steps over and attempts to grab at it.
Hands.
Yep.
It looks rehearsed, for your knowledge. Yeah. It looks like I always know that she's going to do that.
It's so wonderful to see the two of you. Well, we should probably get going then, shouldn't we?
Yes.
I don't want to keep her waiting.
Yeah, who are we keeping waiting?
Just need my mask. She turns and she goes and begins looking through different drawers on this kind of chest of drawers beneath the mirror itself, and is pulling them out and closing them and kind of like digging through occasionally.
I'm going to pull out my mask.
Yeah, she's got her back turned to you currently.
Are you looking for this one?
Oh, that's lovely. That's yours.
Oh, right. Forgotten.
Alma, have you got your mask? I know mine is...
I'm sure it's... Here's
I'm
somewhere.
gonna send a spirit whisper to Silas that just says, this is where she resets.
This is where she resets.
Sorry.
She digs through the shelves and Alma seems to know as she turns around. Oh, Alma, you're here. It's almost time. Is this what you're wearing? And as she steps forward and you grab her hand, she turns and looks at you. Oh, who's your friend?
Oh, that's unusual.
It's Silas, Genevieve.
Right.
Silas. Listen, I have so much to say to you. I'm sorry for leaving, for who I was there, and for not coming back. I really tried.
Who you were where?
Genevieve, we have a couple of things actually that we need to do before the ball starts, so we'll...
Of course. Well, don't be late. I'll just... I seem to have misplaced my mask. I'll find that. You two can take care of whatever errands it is that you need. It's lovely to meet you, sir. I just need to find that thing.
I'll pull Silas by the sleeve out of this room.
Yeah, and as you guys are walking towards the door, she starts going for the chest of drawers again and notices herself in the mirror and kind of like turns, dusts herself off, and is just kind of like trying to get herself proper again.
How long has that been going on?
Long time. A really long time.
She's speaking, of course, of the ball there, right? Like,
Best I can tell.
if we went back in, what would we get?
Probably the same thing. Again and again and again if we went in 100 times. And you can trust me on that. I have tried 100 times.
Yeah, you recall that Alma has been heading to the Temple of Ilnator pretty much every day since you've known each other. Rather, since you have re-known each other.
I don't know.
It was a
It's
lot.
lovely seeing her, but
She doesn't really remember us. I don't know for sure if she remembers who Alma is either. But it was a lot for anybody to just go through de Montlieu. I don't
have
think...
you looked at any kind of restoration of any sort? Or...
I've looked into it. I don't think it's magical, though. I think that experience ruined her. I don't know how to fix it.
I'm gonna punch the nearest wall. Probably with the hardest punch I could go for.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
A saving throw. So all the savings.
These walls are fucking buff, guy.
12.
12.
How that wall doing?
Well, it's
Oh, yeah.
called an ambulance.
Go ahead and
but
roll
not for
damage
me.
for an unarmed strike.
Why is that so hard to find? That's a 4.
4. Yeah, it cracks and a couple of pieces of stone fall loose. You take 4 points of damage, bludgeoning damage to your fist.
I know that's hard, but
I'm sorry.
please, nobody else will take her.
Yes. We'll just have to visit her more often then.
Silas, make a religion check.
Am I about to find out that this building loved that?
No, our table
It's
is
10.
broken.
10?
Yeah.
Yeah. you don't really glean anything from that.
Miss Newport, lovely to see you. Are you on your way to visit with Miss Genevieve, or have you just come from her?
We actually just finished.
What are you doing to help her here?
Well, we pray for her daily. We cast any spells that we can to try and, ease her pains. And
Have you tried any form of restoration?
we've not. It's quite an expensive
How much are
procedure.
you looking for?
I've done. For materials involved, I believe it's about 1,500 gold dragons.
Right. Okay. 1,500, and that would be over the course of one
Right,
restoration.
one-time payment for a greater restoration spell. It's quite an expensive procedure.
Right.
We don't do a lot of them here.
To inexperienced at doing it as well.
Silas.
We do have practiced clerics among our order, but it's not often that our clientele has that kind of money.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's quite all right, sir. But rest assured, we're taking great care of Miss Genevieve. We keep her fed. We keep her rested.
That's it. That's all. Okay. Right.
Well, exercised,
Yes. I'll just walk out.
I'm gonna hand the cleric 5 more gold and apologize for the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm gonna follow Silas out.
Right. She kind of pauses for a moment, looks at the wall before heading into Genevieve's room. While all of that's going on, and they begin making their way back, what are Ollie and Cholula up to back at Feast and Fountain?
Fucking breakfast.
Party, dude.
I had to eat some of that breakfast.
Yeah.
I emotionally cry after that.
You emotionally cry?
Yeah, just a little bit on the inside.
I emotionlessly cry.
Or let me put it this way: is there anything in particular that you guys want to get up to outside of just kind of eating and chilling?
We don't really have a time frame that we know that they're going to be gone for, huh?
No.
I wanted to make a trip to the Skewered Dragon. If you want to join me, feel free.
I'm not doing anything until later. I can go.
Alright. We're gonna go to the Skewered Dragon.
Yeah. As you guys begin making your way out of Troll Skull Alley, you see the same blockade of guards blocking off the alley. Sorry, we're not allowed to let anyone in or out without superiors say so.
Alright, well, we've already spoken with the detectives if you want to check with whatever superior you need to. We talked to Miss Edgeplane, Detective Edgeplane.
Right? Yeah. Let me have a word with her. You just wait here.
And Barnabas.
Right, Magister Blastwind.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
Blast
he turns and walks kind of off around a corner, talking to the detective, who turns and looks and sees the two of you. She once again nods. They share a couple of words back and forth. And as you see the guard approaching, coming back, you see stepping around the corner next to Detective Edgeplane, Renair. He looks concerned. The guard returns.
All right, you're free to exit the alley.
Thanks very
Sorry
much.
for the inconvenience.
That's alright. Renair!
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, I heard very troubling news about what had happened today.
Oh,
Miss
yeah.
Edgeplane was just... Detective Edgeplane, apologies, was just filling me in.
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone all right?
We're all fine. There were 11 dead bodies, but we're,
11?
Mhm.
No, there were totally 15.
There were 11.
myself up to you.
It was recounted as 11 to me as well. Do you mind if we step over to the side for a moment?
Sure.
And Renair kind of takes you off into a little kind of less of an alley and more of like a cubby in the street. Listen, I heard it happened. I was very worried. I came to check on you, but they've had the entire alley cordoned off for obvious reasons, I guess. But Detective Etchplane told me that they've ID'd one of the bodies. Listen, when the Lords of Waterdeep ousted my father as the Open Lord, I thought that his long, dark shadow was finally gone for good, and I truly, truly want nothing to do with him. But about 2 days ago, his spies found me. One of them, a gnome named Dalakar, had been watching me for months. Then about 10 days ago, he was suddenly nowhere to be seen. My father didn't trust many people, but he trusted that gnome. I used my connections within the Harpers and spoke to a few of Dalakar's friends. Apparently, he was on a special mission to retrieve the Stone of Galore, this key to the Vault of Dragons. He was afraid that the Silver Stake and the Order of the Black Rain were gaining on him. And apparently when he had heard about my kidnapping, he wanted more information about the adventurers who had rescued me. I think Dalakar may have been planning to pay you to deliver the Stone of Galore to my father in Gold Run.
Oh, interesting. Why would your father want the Stone of Galore?
To regain access to his hidden cache of money in the city.
So there is a hidden cache of money in the city.
So he claims. As it was posed to me, my father was so secretive about this Vault of Dragons that he hid the information even from himself. He had a wizard remove his memories and place them inside of this stone. And apparently it's the only key to find where the vault is hidden. He himself does not know.
Memory removing wizard.
I don't know exactly. I can look into it for you.
That would be just some information I'd like to have.
Of course. I will look into it. I feel I would be remiss if I didn't inform you of this. And speaking to Detective Etchplane, apparently the City Watch is also aware that this gnome was headed to your tavern. So
Right.
I figured I'd give you a courtesy rundown.
I appreciate that. We talked to Detective Etchplane and the magistrate already, and they told us that it looked like they were heading towards our building, but we obviously had never seen them before, so...
Obviously, of course.
But I'm not sure how long they're going to have this closed off. We're actually heading to the Skewered Dragon right now. If you want to join us, we could talk about this a little bit more.
That sounds lovely.
All right.
After you?
We're just so very close to everything.
Yes, of course. And as you all kind of step out of the alley, he looks back in the other direction just to see if anyone's watching. Follows along with you. Seems to be a naturally suspicious fellow these days. And the three of you make your way down to the dock ward, to the Skewered Dragon. You can still see the anchor. Ship's anchor is still securely fastened into the tiles of the roof. All the windows are still broken and blasted out. As you enter, it's not super busy at this time of day. It's like noon.
Nice.
But you do see a familiar bartender behind the bar. Eye patch over the left eye. A stocky dwarf with a braided red beard. Welcome back.
Just couldn't stay away. How are you doing?
I know I can. I'm fine. Nice to see you all again.
You as well.
Have some afternoon drinks.
Yes, I would love one of your sours you brew yourself.
Perfect.
Oh, nothing for me. Just...
Renee, would you like anything?
Yes, sour sounds lovely. Thank you.
This round's on me.
Oh,
And Renee pays.
thank you.
Such kind friends you got.
Thanks, we do.
Pours the 2 beers.
How much?
8 names.
Renee's like, I've got it. There you are, sir. A shot. Keep the change.
Thanks.
Could I ask what's your name?
Beardsley.
Beardsley?
Yeah.
Cholula Duvet.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again. I was curious, this sour that you brew yourself,
Yeah.
we just opened up a tavern up on Troll Skull, and we're interested in carrying your sour if you've got the means of production to be doing something like that.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. That's not 20.
Pew, 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 pew.
I got the means.
Wonderful. We'd love to start carrying as soon as you're ready to start delivering. We'll put you on tap up there if you'd like, and
How about we start full day?
so what?
How about we start on full day?
Okay.
Beginning of the week starts 10 day off. Name for Foltis, god of law and light.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Great. How many units you want?
Let's start with 4.
Right.
He holds out a hand.
Pleasure doing business with you.
You as well. Let's grab a seat, shall we?
You can mark me down as Tug Bottom Brewery.
As what?
Tug Bottom Brewery. It's my name. Beardsley Tug Bottom.
Oh. Toe bottom.
I'll see you on full day, I guess.
You as well. Let's grab a table. I'm trying to find a,
I'm like holding my breath every time he's
I'm trying to find a table like in a corner or something. I know nobody's here, but you know.
Yeah. Interesting fellow, that. This is pretty good, though.
It's nice. So we found this on the gnome before the city watch arrived. I don't know if we were told that someone took something off of him and ran away, but I got this pouch of stones. I don't know if any of them
Might
look
have a look.
familiar to you. And I kind of like under the table, sort of open it up a little.
Yeah, he looks and you just see. That's interesting. This potentially corroborates my theory
What's that?
that he was going to pay you to deliver the stone.
Oh, so this was intended for us anyway.
That is worrisome. If someone was seen taking something from Dalakar's body, but that was still on him,
Mm-hmm.
it would stand to reason that he had the stone on him.
And they got it. All I know is that they were dressed similarly to the ones that were Silver Stake, and they ran off towards the bent nail, but we don't know anything past that.
Right. Well, just around the corner from the bent nail is where we met up. He may have just been fleeing the alley.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Where would-
they.
How would we know where they went?
It's a good
I mean,
question.
the-
You say it was potentially Silver Stake involved.
Mm-hmm. Ollie said she saw tattoos.
Yeah, the 2 humans laying in the middle of the. Do you think I could see that bag? Just real quick. You can just slide it to me under, and Ollie sort of like reaches her hand under the table, and you can feel
Sure. Yeah.
her sort of.
Yeah.
Do any of these stones look different from another?
Make a
Like,
perception check.
does one stick out?
Well, if you are willing, if it is your intention to look into this matter, it seems you've got a couple of options. Revisiting the scene, which would not be suspicious as it is the site of your tavern.
Mm-hmm.
10.
10. They are different types of stones. You can see what appears to be sapphire and emerald and ruby. Different cuts, but all larger than any cut gems that you've ever seen, like worn in jewelry or anything. They look very expensive.
None of them look like what people say the stone of Gore looks like.
You don't know what people say the stone of Gore looks like, but they all look like precious gemstones.
Right. Ollie's just gonna put her hand back under the table and start making little bumpy noises again.
Also, I'll remind Cholula, you read something before dinner with the Castellanters, and I don't think you ever shared that with anyone.
Oh.
It's in your notes.
Yeah.
There's no way it isn't.
It's
You read a little black book in the library.
Yeah, I did.
And the novelization of Arcanarama.
So,
Right there.
as I see it, at least what I would do is you could either search for clues around Troll School Alley, if any of you are particularly adept at tracking or anything of that nature. You could look into it starting there. I also heard from Detective Etchplane that apparently there was some sort of automaton seen at the scene that might have been the perpetrator. I know that the only place that I know of in town that might know something about a mechanical being would be the House of Inspired Hands, the Temple of Gond, god of craft and workmanship. They might have some sort of lead on something like that. You could check there. In that regard, I can put out some feelers into the Harpers to see if anyone's heard anything about a suspicious-looking fellow leaving Troll School Alley around that time. There were people on the streets. It was early morning, but people were going about their days. Someone has to have seen something.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was interested in going up on the roof where the woman had pointed and seeing if I could find any tracks there, or perhaps in that alleyway next to the bent nail, but sort of our other partners had some previous business that they needed to attend to, so
Of course.
just thought we'd stop by here first. I read something at the Castellanters.
Okay.
Visited Lord Victorio at his estate. How was the dinner?
It was good.
What do the notes say?
He's got some cool kids.
Yes. Esme and
Terenzio and
Elzarina.
Elzarina.
That's what it was. Yes. Lovely children. I've only met them on a few occasions, but beautiful family.
From what I remember, I just read a little snippet that said Never Ember's dragons are the key. The mausoleum inform, I don't know what YG. I don't know what I wrote down here.
YG.
Young
Yogrets?
Galore is an aboleth. It all makes sense, is what it said.
Oh, that's what the book said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
You guys can make quote.
I don't take as good of notes as I do in home because I'm trying not to just be.
Make
How do
a
you spell that?
make a nature check.
Okay.
Rainier rolled a 4.
I rolled a 1.
Jeez.
Woof.
This guy's been really nice. Seemed like a 20 and an 18 out of that one.
Oh, wow. That's cursed information, apparently.
Did you roll a 1 also?
I rolled a 2. So I got 3.
Oh, wait, I had something on that
Galore.
last time.
Galore
Leroy.
was an aboleth.
Leroy used to tell stories about Aboleth, a horrifying creature from Folden Plains that slithers through time. That's what I wrote down. That's the last time I made a nature check.
That's wild. You say you've learned this information at Castellanta Villa?
Yes. We were going into the library, and the little room before that, he said, help yourself to the books. but there was a book on an end table next to a chair that had a wine glass on top of it, and I read a little bit of that book.
Right. And remind me of the first line that you said again.
Never Ember's dragons are the key.
Are the key. Interesting. It's interesting that he mentions. It's interesting that he mentions that never Ember's dragons are the key, but if the dragons are inside of the vault, and then later he mentions Galore is an aboleth. I need to look into this. On the down low, of course. It wouldn't surprise me that there are multiple parties interested in finding this stone if it does lead to a cache of wealth.
I mean, we could ask Victoria about it, but also I feel like I picked up his journal of sorts and read a bit of it. And
Yes.
mentioning that and this specifically might be upsetting to him, and we've had a very good relationship so far.
Potentially. I mean, I would imagine if you're forthcoming and honest about, you had access to his library, you were a guest in his home, it was one of the books, I'm sure he would understand.
I hope so.
Um,
But he seems to think that it all makes sense, so if he knows something about something that caused inadvertently an explosion outside of our tavern that he paid to refurbish it, it could be something he'd like to discuss.
That's true. He's a difficult man to gain audience with, but
Are you doing any of the interviews this evening?
interviews?
Miss Edgeplane has granted
Right.
us interviews.
Right. Yes, I hear that you have an appointment with Dalakar, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Do you know are you doing this as well, or do you know anything that we should ask him specifically?
I hadn't planned to initially. I could be there if you'd like, or I could look more into this fellow fleeing the alleyway.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps cover more ground that way. I should inform you, though, this interview that will be performed by a cleric. It will be a cleric of the Black Lady that will take care of it for you. And you will only get 5 questions, so you should try to make them count.
Do you... I mean, I feel like if you know who this is and that he works for your father, that you might have some specific or important details to know in order to question this, but I don't know anything about him other than now I guess he's a spy that might have wanted to pay us to take something somewhere.
Honestly, I don't know much more past that either. I didn't have a close personal relationship with Dalakar. I just know that he worked for my father and was one of the few people that my father trusts.
Right, okay. So 5 questions, you said?
Yes.
All right.
Perhaps your first question could be to confirm my theory. You could ask if he was carrying the Stone of Galore. If he was, perhaps you could find out who took it, where they might have gone. I would have to think about it.
Right, well...
Would you prefer if I joined you?
Oh, that's up to you. I don't want to... It's a strange thing to do, and party members did not feel interested in joining us, so there's no pressure whatsoever.
I think the 2 of us can actually handle it. I think the tip of knowing that it was only 5 questions, and it seems like we've already got 3.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to maybe look into the rooftop or the alleyway, and we can reconvene, maybe late night tavern or in the den at the tavern if you would like.
Perfect.
Or if this alley if this street is still kind of closed off, we can go somewhere else if you want. I hear there's a great pirate-themed restaurant.
Perhaps
We're not gonna go there.
yeah, he reaches in and pulls out a couple of paper birds and hands them to you. Just send me a message where you'd like to meet and when, and I'll drop what I'm doing and meet you there.
Perfect. Also, okay, while we have you here, do you know anything about Mert?
Yes, Mert the Merciless, they call him.
Mm-hmm.
High-ranking member of the Harpers. He knows a lot of things that are above my level of renown, you could say. A lot of very important friends. Another character that is very hard to get a hold of. He's always changing locations. He's got several safe houses throughout the city that he's shuffling between at all times. I don't know much about him outside of the fact that he is a trusted member of the Harpers, and as such, I'd wager my life in his hands.
Okay, trusted being the key word. That was really what I was curious about.
Of course.
And the silver stake. How much do you know about the silver stake?
Very little. I know that they appear to be some sort of fanatic cult, hell-bent on rooting out and destroying any occult matters within the city. Perhaps outside of the city. I don't know how far their reach extends. I know that they arrived in the city maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and were rather benevolent at the time, mostly street preachers and things of that nature. But there have been reports lately of growing numbers of armed members.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Okay. I feel like I've just been questioning you this whole time.
It's absolutely fine.
How have things been? How's Flume?
He's great.
More questions?
He's great. He's fully recovered from his wounds. Still mentions all of you quite a bit. He's very, very grateful for what you did for him. We both are.
I'm glad he's doing well.
As you continue to chat and finish your sour beers and the Skewered Dragon, what does the rest of the afternoon look like for you guys?
Us guys?
Yeah, for Ollie and Cholula.
I think we probably... I mean, Cholula probably has one more drink there, and then probably head back.
Yeah, honestly, this is a lot of information for Ollie and a lot of names and people. So she's trying to like connect dots.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just gonna try to like be as patient as I can for these guys to get back to like vomit every single thing that I've heard, and then prepare for like interview later with dead people.
Absolutely. So, unless Silas and Alma have any stops that they're going to make on their way back to the tavern.
No.
You guys arrive and are let back into Troll Skull Alley by the guards, who appear to be concluding the cleanup of the area. The bodies have been taken away. The street has begun being brushed by the Dung Sweepers Guild, kind of cleaning everything up in the area. Getting things back to business as usual. As Cholula and Ollie arrive back, you all reconvene, probably in the upstairs portion of Feast and Fountain, as the tavern is now open for business.
So, how was it?
It was horrible.
Yeah.
You said you saw a Silver Stake member leave the scene. You said that you heard someone say that.
Well, I think he's Silver Stake. The other two people he was with
The road ones?
is Silver Stake. What honestly caught me that was more concerning is Rainier's talking about how the Silver Stake is like gaining members and fast, and they are what seems to be amassing an army. All I'm saying is I think it puts Yagra's invitation to join at a little bit more of a
That's what I was thinking.
weird spot.
But we could still go check it out.
Yeah, I kind of just want to figure out 5 questions for tonight, and then I think tonight's information is going to be really pertinent to how we move forward.
It's limited to 5.
So from what
Only 5.
what Renee told us, the gnome was a spy who worked for his father, and he thinks that his name was Delacar, I believe. He thinks that he had the Stone of Galore and was coming here to ask us if he could pay us to take the stone to Renee's father.
Yeah, like those shiny boys in the bag. We think that was payment. Like for
he
us.
was being chased, and
And the stone is gone.
I think that may be what the cloaked one that got away had taken, which would mean the silver stake has the Stone of Galore.
I was going to try to ask him tonight to see if that was actually what he had and what he was planning.
If we're not getting any leads from these 5 questions, we should infiltrate.
I think 5 questions should tell us how we should play
For sure.
Yagra. Because if this all turns out really bad, then I think we should still go on that kind of fake mission for them. But now we can, for sure, know what we're looking for. And
she seems convinced that they're just doing good. But if we're pursuing someone to steal the Stone of Galore, then they're after a cache of money hidden within the city. So
I would like
Everyone
to
who does something
go
bad
with you
thinks
both.
that they're doing something good.
Tonight. I'd like to go with you.
Oh yeah?
If somebody had the Stone of Galore and now it's gone, I want to know where that person went.
Alright.
okay, you
Yeah.
still kind of out.
No, I'll go.
Like a family!
Yes, well, one of the
Never say
family
that
members
again.
stands outside while everyone talks to ghosts.
Are you going to be the one that stands outside?
Yes, I'm going to be the one who stands outside.
But then we won't be like a family.
That's
What?
okay.
Families
Don't do
have
that face.
guards. Don't do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, okay?
Yes, being around speaking dead bodies and ghosts makes me uncomfortable.
Right, that's what I was
But
referring
he's
to.
going to give us a job.
Okay, so the 5 questions.
You can pass it on to me, as you know.
Okay, so here's what I was
Who
thinking.
killed you, right? I mean, are we talking directly to them or the cleric?
I think we're talking directly to them. The way Rainier phrased it, it sounded like we get 5 questions. So that's definitely
Sorry,
worse.
it's
That's
just kind
worse
of a
than
trigger
talking.
thing, yes.
No, that's fair. I think we should ask him if he really had the Stone of Galore, or if what he thought was the Stone of Galore. And then, like, the
Who was
second one,
chasing him?
yeah, I don't know how limited the questions are. I don't know if they're yes or no, but I think we should ask him to tell us everything he knows about who killed him. Because that could include, like, if they took it and where they were going, or if he can describe them, or, you know, if he knew them.
So
That's
like,
everything.
What do you know about who was chasing you, maybe?
Or who killed you, or...
Because he was killed by the blast that was not coming from the cloaked man.
That is true.
And
Who was
two
chasing you?
Two
Or
of them
was-
were killed by the blast as well, so I don't think that was on their part.
What is the Stone of Galore exactly? Or rather, how does the Stone of Galore help somebody to find the treasure under Waterdeep?
Right, do you know anything about aboleths?
Do I know anything about apples?
Sweet Cameron.
From your nature check earlier, Ollie, no.
Oh, yeah.
But Alma can make a nature check, and Silas can make a nature check.
Do I know if aboleths and imps are any sort of way connected?
You're not sure.
18?
18?
Oh, it
was
moved.
cocked.
That was cocked.
It was
on a
cocked
20.
on 14 and 20. It's a 15.
15? Doesn't ring any bells for Silas. Alma,
Could have rung a bunch of bells.
there's a particular poet that has some very avant-garde horror work that you've read. And a lot of it centers around what are known as the far planes. Stories of illithids and tentacle-faced beings that stalk the skies and travel through the ethereal plane to enter the material world and conduct experiments on its inhabitants, and things of that nature. And in one of these poems, it discusses a nearly godly being called an aboleth that it has an immense knowledge. And in the particular story that you read, a group of humans and half-elves from the material plane are being tormented by this aboleth, and they can't get the upper hand on it. It's just kind of toying with them because of its immense knowledge. And you know it to be this kind of massive floating creature that seems to swim through the air with just a trail of hundreds of tentacles that follow behind it behind this kind of toothy maw at its fleshy nose.
Can't say that.
I will, when I'm asked that, I will run upstairs and grab the poetry book, which I obviously own, which contains this tale, and I will bring it down and flip it to that page.
Okay.
Does that say poemsy poems on it?
Listen, you don't get to judge the things that I do or enjoy. You don't get to.
I'm not saying it's a bad... I was asking what the title was.
It does, yes.
It's a bad title. Did you write it? I'm
it's
sorry.
It's a bad title.
It's a bad title.
It's a bad
What's
title.
in your
Okay,
room?
jeez, it's jumping down my throat, and I'm
What's
asking
in
about
your
a stupid...
It's in your room.
The history of oddity. I'm trying to catch up. Poemsy poems is better than the history of oddity.
Listen, both of you guys' rooms are boring to me. Where are all your lotions? Where is all your baths?
Where are all your lotions?
Where are your fuzzy slippers?
My lotions are on the left of the sink, like I told everybody just yesterday. And I know that. I know I told everybody that yesterday. There's 2 bottles.
2? That means one of those is 3-in-1 shampoo and conditioner.
Yes.
How dare
I can't live with you.
I woke up on a beach. I'm sorry. It seemed economical. Right?
Okay, the better point is they seem to be a creature that is incredibly intelligent and stores information in some way.
So it's like
So
a
the stone maybe gives us access to that?
or how to. Renee said that his father made it so that he would have made it so that he couldn't remember how to get to this stash unless he had
The stone.
The
He said
stone.
he put it in the stone.
So the stone contains information, I guess, on how to
Or
enter.
the stone
Talks. Maybe the stone
contains
talks.
an aboleth.
Right. So if the
The stone's a-
dragons are the key, does that
Ew.
release the aboleth?
Oh, I
I'm
hope
not
not.
sure. Okay, so where...
But how can dragons be a key if it's full of dragons? It's supposed to be dragons, right?
I mean, we could try to talk to Castellanta as well. So, were you carrying the Stone of Galore? What do you know about the men chasing you? Where would they have taken the stone? Any other questions? We've got 2 left.
Can we keep the gems?
I mean,
We're keeping the
I'm
gems.
We're just gonna keep.
Okay.
the intent was for us to take the gem.
Were we supposed to take the Stone of Galore to Rainier's father?
Well,
But based on what you told us, we already know that to be true.
I mean, like, are we still going to?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Renee doesn't seem to be very fond of him, and I'm fond of Renee, so I think we would
Oh,
probably not
okay.
do that.
Well, honestly, as long as we can take things from the massive treasure hoard because I want them, I'm okay.
That's the plan.
Then yeah, I'm fine. I have no other questions. I don't know this man.
We could ask
How
what
did you
he's.
find out about us? Why would he be coming to us with this stone?
Oh, that's fair. Why
Uh,
us?
you guys recall, Ollie and Cholula, Renair told you that he was visited by he visited some of Dalakar's friends and known associates, and they heard about Renair being rescued from the Silver Stake, and were very curious about the group that rescued him.
I say that.
That's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like suspicious people knowing about us.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, if the 3 is good, we can kind of just use the other 2 for any follow-up questions if anything builds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would hate to go in there with a plan and then us actually get in there and have different questions.
And we
I mean,
could
I
ask if he knows exactly what's inside this vault of dragons or whatnot.
Yeah.
Just be sure that they're worded in a way that it's not yes or no. That
Oh, we
there's some
should
expansion.
probably ask if he knows what caused the explosion and why.
Can't hurt.
We have a pretty good idea of what that was, though, right?
It's the necklace.
Well, but if it
Did you
injured,
find out what it is?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are all fireball. There were a couple here, but there's only 2 left. I was going to keep it just in case I wanted a fire.
that's fine with me.
Well,
That is more than a fire.
well, I mean, instant bonfire, instant s'mores.
Magical fire won't catch anything except exactly what it explodes on. After that, it dissipates. That's
So I
why
can
the
just kill
whole
people?
alley wasn't on fire. Pretty much.
Good for revenge.
Ollie slides it back into her pocket. Then I'll hold on to revenge.
So,
Is there anything
if
you
Silver
wanted
Stake
to?
was injured by the fireball, then it was possibly the Black Rain. If he felt he was being pursued by both groups.
Ollie Silver Stake.
They
Could have
kill
wanted
their
it to-
own people.
Well, I mean, it's not the first time that they've impersonated Black Ring people.
It's true. I guess all we can do is ask if this person knows who killed him.
So, do you know where the blast?
But we have to plan for if that's a no.
So should we ask?
We
Well, we
waste the
still have
question
2
on-
questions left.
Right. Do you know who killed you? No. That's kind of the biggest thing from this, right? We're trying to gather who got away with whatever.
We can ask.
The question is, did the person that got away, the person that killed you, have the Stone of Galore, right?
Well, we're asking about what do you know about the men chasing you and where would they have taken the stone. We could ask was anyone else trying to have you killed?
Right.
I feel like that's just a full list of the city, though, if he had the stone.
Likely.
I know winging it isn't the best idea, but I feel like leaving the 2 questions open just gives us the wiggle room for when we're in there. And I mean, it's the 3 of us, and you'll be outside. I imagine if you can hear anything, you can just yell at us.
Pray I don't hear anything.
That's fair. I just don't think it's the most important to have them all planned. I think 3 is a good place to start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody escaped.
Limped away.
What if this person was still alive just long enough to know who that was?
It's possible.
It's worth an ask.
Well, what time is it?
Right now. It's been the better portion of the day. We're looking at like late afternoon. Probably 3 to 4 bells.
You say what time we're supposed to meet?
Sundown.
Sundown.
I don't think I said that, but he did.
Sundown.
Stop it. I have something from the kitchen.
Sure.
I don't know whatever's running. Just whatever's on. I'm going to try to put something together with the Harpers depending on what we get tonight. See, they seem to have eyes and ears. So we can maybe get something on the one who limped away. More than the watch would.
Molly and Cholula, do you inform everyone that you've got plans to meet with Renair afterwards?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna dead body it, and then we're gonna get back with Rainier. He said he was gonna look on that person who went down the alley, see if
Good.
they could pull
Okay.
up anything on him.
Yes, that's fine.
If we do get something, are we prepared to follow this person?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We need the money. I trust us with the Stone of Glow more than I trust a robed figure.
I would also like to get back at whoever killed all those people in the street that were just minding their business, having a good time.
That too.
So we go talk to a body, and then hopefully, if everything else goes right, we pursue a criminal?
Are you asking,
Theoretically?
like a concert of bodies, or is it you pick a body?
I think we just have one.
I think it's just the one.
It's 25 per, so we could talk to more, but I think we'll just do it one.
Have I ever been around the Speak with Dead spell?
No.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds like bad time.
as you all prepare for your evening of speaking to the dead and then to Renair, we're going to go ahead and take our quick break. We're going to take a 20-minute break today. In order to enter yourself in the giveaway, if you have not already seen Moobot chatting in the chat, the key word for tonight's first giveaway of the Orc Horde from Arcknight's Menagerie is Fireball.
Fireball.
That's all one word, no punctuation, Fireball, Fireball. Enter that once in the chat to enter yourself. Moobot should come back and tell you and let you know, like, hey, you're good.
Welcome.
I don't remember exactly what it says. And when we come back from our break, we will draw some winners. Is it one winner this time?
That's 5.
We'll draw 5 winners.
Yeah.
So, in your names in the chat, you got a really, really good chance. I mean, you can see how many people are viewing right now. You can do the math. You know the percentage that you might take it home.
Yeah.
Enter that giveaway.
I can't do
like-
math.
I
I'm
can't
trying
do
really
that
hard
math.
to do
Yeah.
the math.
You don't even have to call your bookie.
Yeah. Also, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm just a player. What am I going to do with flat plastic miniatures? Gifts for DMs. We love
They
gifts.
love gifts.
I love gifts.
Stick around, and then after the break, we're going to have a different keyword. So if you stay with us till the end of the stream, you can enter to win these beautiful Fantasy Forge glow-in-the-dark spooky Halloween
They
dice.
glow in the dark, and he won't let me have them.
He won't let me have
He
them.
said they're for the people
Oh yeah, and there is only one set like this. The entire world.
in the world.
So
You
that's
won't
cool.
have a dice twin, but you'll be an individual.
Yeah. We'll see you guys in about 20 minutes, and we'll see where this goes. Stick around.
Are we doing finger guns?
As the line of monstrous bandits advance towards you, you hear creaking coming from the woods, when suddenly, belching out from the forest, the dire tree. You're up first.
I cast Fireball.
That's all of them. Roll damage.
All 6s.
All right, you're next.
I cast Cone of Cold. It says AD8 right here. 64 points of damage.
I cast Lightning Bolt.
That's all right with me.
You just did that.
Arcknight spell effects. The only area of effect printed on clear, flexible plastic.
Arcknight spell effects will not actually produce fire, lightning, ice, darkness, acid, thorns, or any other real-world effects. Use only as GM directed. Batteries not included.
Welcome back, travelers. Welcome back to, again, episode 7 of Arcanarama.
That's not what you called it today.
Arcanarama.
Oh, God.
Before we hop back into the game, we've got some giveaways to announce.
Give
We're
it
giving away, once again,
give it away.
5 of these versions of the Orc Horde from Arcknight's Menagerie. Again, the Menagerie is kind of like a misprint situation, but you can't even barely tell. You can see, like, this guy's little footies just a little bit outside, but they're great. They really actually are wonderful. They're double-sided, they've got fronts and backs, and would make a great addition to your table. Our winners are Black EXE. Congratulations yet again. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
Butterfly 4205. I did it right this time. Congratulations to you as well. A Dark Phoenix born. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Efer. Congratulations, Eric.
You got a stack of those.
Well, excuse me. As well as Rost One.
Roast one?
Rostone.
Rostone. Throw the pronunciations up in chat.
Yeah.
Tell us how to say your word.
Throw
We're
the
going to be having this
punctuation
back
up
and
in
forth
chat.
consistently. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations to you. And I believe, real quick, we need to get our next giveaway set up, which is going to be the Spooky Halloween Fantasy Forge dice. I'm just holding a D20, but there's a full set, with, including a regular size D20 and this jumbo baby.
The jumbo ones are fun.
They are orange and black. The orange glows green in the dark. And the keyword that you need to enter to win these beautiful Fantasy Forge dice is spooky. A spook. That's
I'm
SP,
so glad it's spooky.
SPOOKY. No capitalization, no punctuation. Enter the word spooky in the chat for your chance to win, and we will announce the winner of the Fantasy Forge Glow in the Dark dice at the end of the stream. But for now, we've got a dead body to speak with.
Yeah.
Don't we always?
Well, some of us do.
So,
Yeah.
you guys,
Ooh.
you guys spend the remainder of your afternoon taking care of things around the Feast and Fountain Manor. Before the sun begins to set, you follow the directions that you were given by Detective Etchplane to a morgue in the castle ward. And there's a kind of a step down, like almost below the street a little bit, to this metal doorway that you've been led to.
Okay.
What do you do?
Knock 3 times. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
A little slides open. Who goes there?
What's the words? Down with tyranny?
Fairness roll. And the door.
I should have thought about this before we were on our way.
I asked you, and you just kept walking.
The door opens, and it's less foul-smelling in here than you anticipated it to be. Stepping in, it seems that there are various candles and herbs that are kind of smoking, and incenses that are going in the room. And stepping inside, you see a number of cubbies that have like closed doors on them and have names labeling each of them that contain various bodies. And because you live in a magical, wondrous world where magic exists, bodies that are like under investigation have consistently have the... Oh God, I lost it.
Beautiful corpse thing or whatever on it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And what is the name of
It was in my head until it's Gentle Repose. There it is.
Hey!
Just had to read the book real quick in my brain.
it? Ow. Got my finger on a page in my mind.
Yeah, they.
If y'all tell me you can feel your thoughts,
They continuously cast gentle repose on different bodies that are tied to different investigations. And as you enter, you see Detective Felspah Edgeplane standing there next to a dragonborn man who has dark, almost onyx scales, wearing black robes and the symbol of a raven's skull and silver around his neck as you all enter. Welcome. And there, displayed on a gurney, as it were, before you, is the charred corpse of a gnome lying there, covered for decency.
Do I know what the raven thing is about?
Make a religion check.
Oh.
You can do it.
Can I?
You know that religion.
6.
You're not sure.
You don't know that religion.
Oh, nothing.
You guys can
today.
all make religion checks if you'd like. You all see this.
What kind of day is that, you know? You have a bad day of rolling, but your character is just walking around like, what is that? I guess I don't know. Do I know that religion? I'm feeling spacey. Like, what a day.
It's like when you see somebody with like a coexist sticker and you go through and you're like looking at all the symbols and you're like, okay, that's Judaism. That's like, I know some of these.
13.
13.
That is 6.
8.
Oh, did you come inside?
Alma, you're aware.
Yeah, I'm inside right now.
Oh, you just came on in.
We're not speaking to ghosts right now, are we?
No, that comes next. The Dragonborn speaks.
The dramatic.
Alma, you recognize this to be the symbol, I misspoke earlier, the symbol of the Black-Eyed Lady, the goddess of death. Also known as the Raven Queen, or the Reaper, or the Mistress of Darkness.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you prepared? Should we begin?
Real quick, just a kind of part of a pre-game, and then I turn around and start walking towards the door again. Is it okay if I stand outside? Is that too conspicuous or something?
Of course.
I could bum a smoke.
Try
or
not to
something.
look too conspicuous, I guess.
Right. Yes.
Have a seat on the steps. You should
Yes,
be
all right.
out of view from the street.
Mhm.
All right, you step outside and close the metal door behind you.
Oh, I'll knock 4 times if there's a problem.
Perfect. The Dragonborn steps over and places a hand, not touching, but on either side of the head of the gnome, and looks up at all of you. Do you have your questions prepared?
Mm-hmm.
Grapes.
Begins to rain outside.
Iron Chef America.
Do you have your questions prepared? I should warn you, it can be a bit alarming if this is your first time.
It's my first time. What do you mean alarming?
Well, seeing the dead move and speak, it unsettles some people.
Oh.
It is, in most cases, unnatural, but I assure you that the Dark Mistress looks down upon us with favor.
That's nice.
Did you bring the money?
Oh, yes.
Halfsies, right?
It's 25, so I'll do 13 and you do 12.
Perfect. You pay the man, and you see he closes his eyes and begins whispering under his breath. And you see that kind of silvery raven head, raven skull, glows with a soft light that almost like mist trickles down and into the mouth of the gnome.
Like mist? What?
Yeah, it's like a mist that spills off of it and goes down into the gnome's mouth,
Okay.
who lays there dead on the table before.
I jump a foot in the air.
It just inhales a large, like you see the chest rise, and then it stops. And it looks out. You may all ask your questions and receive your answers.
Were you carrying the Stone of Galore?
Yes.
What do you know about the men chasing you? Do these have to be yes or no questions?
They do not. As you pose this question to the priest,
Yeah.
he tells you no, they do not. What was the question again?
What do you know about the men who were chasing you?
Silver stake. Spies. Brigands.
Where would they have taken the stone?
Potentially some sort of headquarters.
One more question.
Do you know who caused the fireball?
I didn't see it coming.
And the body falls limp on the table once again.
That's only 4 questions.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
I
other
counted
one was
wrong.
to the priest.
Right, that's right.
But I also don't have another question if one of you...
Sorry, this happens sometimes.
He did pay for all 5.
Slaps the face. I'm the one asking the questions here.
Did you have another question?
Do you have one? I trust yours more.
I bang on the door. You guys done in there? Sorry.
Do you know why the Silver Stake would want the Stone of Gore?
Oh, that's a good question.
The head kind of snaps in your direction as you ask the question.
I get it. He's dad.
Oh, so now you're over that kind of
Well, I mean, we paid money for this. Do you want us to waste your money? We paid for 5 questions. Obviously 5 gold for each question.
It responds.
I'm poor.
They seek the Vault of Dragons. I attempted to drop the stone with trusted adventurers, but was intercepted.
And then he dies.
when you die.
Well, I hope you got what you were looking for. Would you like to speak with any of the other bodies?
I turn around and I walk outside.
Yeah.
I suppose not. Thank you very much.
I do.
Oh, yeah?
Which one?
He turns and pulls out 2.
Does he have the humans? Like the
Those are the 2 that he
silver
pulls out.
Okay. Can
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll stay for this.
do either one of them look less beat up than?
They're both pretty charred and singed.
Shit.
One of them has a little more hair left than the other.
Let's go that one.
All right.
Can I?
With the help of the detective, they remove Dalakar's corpse from the gurney and place it back into its cubby, and together move one of these humans out onto the gurney. It's going to be another 25 gold.
Yeah. I sort of rummage through my purse. And
Alma, have you left at this point?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Alma steps outside and closes the door behind her.
You're okay?
Uh-huh. You know, you had the right idea the whole time. That was terrible.
That's not good.
That was really something.
Yes.
Ollie, would you like for me to split again?
Yeah. I'll do 13 this time.
Okay.
Jesus, thank Lord
They're
God.
talking to somebody else, a Silver Stake member.
That's good.
It had something to do with them.
That's good.
You see once again
Yeah.
the mist that kind of drips down from the beak of the raven skull into the mouth of the corpse that then...
What plans did the Silver Stake have with the Stone of Gore?
We were to help catch a gnome named Dalakar had some kind of artifact, which Erstul said would make us rich as kings.
What was that name?
Erstul.
Erstul.
Urstul. Detective Etchplane begins jotting down some notes as well. That's one question.
So the Silver Stake aren't trying to rid the country of evil, they want money?
War is expensive.
Do I know if Waterdeep is at war with anyone?
You know it's not.
What war?
The war on the devils, fiends, and fae.
Ollie, do you mind if I ask a question?
Of course.
Where were you to take Delacar once captured?
To our hideout in the Dark Ward.
Wait, no, sorry, fuck.
Robbie?
It actually says,
To the lady's estate in the north.
that's 4 questions, right?
Yes. Who's the lady?
I think that.
Who's the lady?
Lady Yala Grolland.
That's Lady Yala Grawl.
That's YG.
I don't know who that is.
It was part of the book I read.
No, I know that. I just mean I don't know.
Do I know who that is?
Make a history check.
Okay. Let's see. It's a new half of the show. Maybe things are different now. Oh. That's a dirty 20.
Nice. You've never met, but you have heard of Grolland Villa. It's actually just around the corner from Trollskull Alley in the North Ward. A nobleman and his wife and their family live there.
I found out early on that I'd had a family, but I had no memories of it. Honestly, people kept telling me I looked the same, and it had been years. I thought you had died. But a part of me wanted to keep looking, you know.
It is strange that you haven't aged at all. It made sense for Genevieve. She's an elf.
I wish I could say something. I am glad that we found each other. I don't know if you feel the same, but I'm still not exactly comfortable with the dead just yet, after seeing so much of it myself.
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
I'll make a perception check.
Oh.
If you find that you have any issues with your affliction, you can let me know. We can come up with some kind of system. If you're getting overwhelmed, you can tell me.
12. Make an insight check as well.
19?
19. So from your perception check, it's oddly quiet here. It was oddly quiet in that room until no one else heard this. But as that mist was dripping from the raven's skull, you heard a single whisper as it just kind of dripped down into the mouth of the body. But it wasn't from here. It was called forth by this priest.
Mm-hmm.
You could infer with that insight check that souls don't often stick with the bodies that have died so much as they maybe stick with the location that they died.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird to step into a morgue that was clearly full of dead bodies, and it was
because
quiet.
they didn't die in the morgue.
What?
Maybe I'll live in one.
What'd you say?
It's quiet here.
Yes.
Oh,
it's
right,
quiet.
you
There's no one
can't.
kind of around.
In my head,
quiet.
it's quiet.
Yes. That's what I was just saying. Like, if you find yourself overwhelmed, you can let me know if you are. You can give me an ear tug or something. Or thumb your nose. I'm not sure.
I'll think about that.
The door opens behind you guys.
Always with the announcements and the entrances.
We're going to stay here for a bit. I've got some things to go over. This is the detective. Let me know if you need anything. Have you gleaned anything more yourselves? Anything potentially helpful with the investigation outside of... that one mentioned a name, Erstul.
Do you know it? I assume that that's the higher up in the stake, but I'm not familiar. Wait, do we know that name?
I don't think so.
Is that the one that Yaga is a bodyguard for?
No, that's Gavelstar Song.
Okay, I thought it was something like.
I remember. Yeah.
Star Song.
I'm not entirely... Most of my work through the Harvest doesn't really cross lines with the Silver Stake in a lot of areas, but some of my work in the city, most of my work these days in the City Watch does. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, but I need to go over my notes back at the station. I'll let you know if I find anything.
I suppose.
This Erstul character could potentially be the one who got away.
Do you know? Why they would be going to Growlin Villa?
No?
Does that name mean anything to me?
To you? Not any more than it does to anyone else.
Okay.
You know, it's a noble person that lives near you.
Okay.
I can't imagine, other than perhaps that family having some connection to the Silver Stake, perhaps. But that's not going to be an easy thing to investigate. I don't know if you've ever tried to get a search warrant for a wealthy nobleman's house, but you don't really come by those easily. Magisters don't just hand them out.
What if you didn't get a search warrant?
It would be heavily illegal, and I would advise against it, personally, as a member of the Watch. But as a harper, I would say you do what you need to do in order to get the information you need, and you don't get caught.
That's where the Silver Stake is, right?
That's where they were supposed to take this gnome if they had apprehended him before he got exploded.
Well,
so that's probably where the stone is. Right?
Stands to reason.
Are we prioritizing stone apprehension over meeting with Yagra? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Silver Stake are bad now, but I just mean, like, if we go breaking and entering and
What's
thieving.
more important?
I'm going to remove myself from this conversation.
Oh, right.
I didn't say thieving. I meant...
I didn't hear anything. Good luck to all of you. Down with tyranny. She doesn't even wait for the response. She just closes the door.
Fairness. We, What is more important, talking to Yagra about her placement, or getting us inside, or trying to prevent whatever they're doing with the stone?
I don't mean that. I just mean Yagra was away inside. We lose that connection if they know it's us now.
But if we're...
We wouldn't be inside, though. We'd be, outer new members, right? We discussed this. New members aren't brought in and taken to the villa. They're given shit work for months.
I think...
And Yaga thinks that they're doing good things.
I think if we're sneaky enough, we go at night. Maybe nobody even finds out it's us anyway.
We could set up a diversion. We could do something.
I'm pretty good at
I think
diversions.
we should meet with Rene and see if he knows anything
Of course.
about.
We should get as much information as we need to before we infiltrate, but I think infiltration is on the forefront. Also, I'm a bit excited to do it. I need kind of a distraction right now, for being completely honest. Also, my shoe keeps doing this weird thing, and it's driving me up a wall. It's clicking, and making me feel like my toes are snapping. It's weird.
That is a weird thing.
For those of you at home, Taylor's shoe broke during the
Yeah.
stream.
Oh, it did?
It's
I'm
clicking.
using it as
Oh.
a Cheez-It diversion.
It's driving me crazy.
So much Cheez-It.
I guess. I am curious, what do you think Renair would know that we wouldn't find out by going there?
Well, he might be able to tell us something so that we don't have to put ourselves in that potential danger.
He said he was going to reach out to Harper's to see if they could get the runaway.
He was
Do you
going to
think-
look into the alley where the one who ran off, see if he could track it, find whatever information he could. Also, we could talk to Victoria Castellanter, who wrote down in his journal that something about YG, which I am now thinking that means Yala Growland. He knew that there was an aboleth. Said that Rene's, or what's his last name? Neverember's dragons are key.
Chula, make a history check with
Okay.
advantage.
Yeah. $14.
14, I'll say 14 is enough. I think looking back on it, that particular phrase has been tripping you up, that Neverember's dragons are the key. You remember the full passage that was written down. It was, Neverember's dragons are the key to our prayers.
Mm-hmm. To our prayers.
What's that?
I think mausoleum. I think that says mausoleum and form YG. He was talking fast and I was trying to write it all down, okay? I didn't want to make him repeat it.
If you guys ever need clarification on anything, just let me know.
Yeah. Can you clarify what that passage said that I couldn't write down on the way?
Yeah, it said, hang on, let me actually pull it up so I don't lie to you.
Yeah, she seemed to have paraphrased it.
Yeah.
From the passage that you had told us about,
That was in the reading room.
it seems as though
Castellanter.
Castellanter is...
The benefit of having very organized notes. I have it right here. It said, Neverember's dragons are the answer to our prayers.
Mm-hmm.
The mausoleum, in form YG. And galore is an aboleth. Now it all makes sense.
Oh, so I mostly got it except for the prayers part.
What is the mausoleum?
answer to our prayers inform this person. This is the person that killed someone who was supposed to be giving it to us.
Alma, make a history check.
There's a... Is it possible that maybe Victoria is in some sort of works with Growland and that she's involved with the Silver Stake and tried to take him out so she could do whatever they were doing for herself without including him?
Does anybody know if this mausoleum he's referring to?
I'm not, it just said mausoleum in form YG. I don't know.
How far have I gotten into the Waterdeep history in my
Make
library?
a history check, everybody.
Okay.
Except me. Already done did that.
Done did it.
I done did it and I did a bad job.
19.
Ooh, get a new job.
15.
15.
15.
Nice. Yeah, pretty much all at once. Silas, you remember like literally a chapter head in the history of Waterdeep. And the keyword mausoleum triggers Ollie and Cholula. You guys are aware that there's an entire portion of the city known as the City of the Dead, which is like the burial grounds of Waterdeep. City of the Dead is the chapter head within the history of Waterdeep, and several noble families have mausoleums there.
Why don't
I'd say the
we
reason
just-
that Alma didn't think of that is because she's been heavily avoiding that place
I have
since she
been
got here. But with this new revelation today, you start thinking to yourself, maybe not so bad.
specifically, right, going to a mausoleum and looking for gravestones that match these initials don't hurt anybody.
No.
But maybe there's a clue there. I don't know why he'd write it down specifically if there wasn't something there.
I mean, there could be a night watch.
You
At
can
the
go
graveyard.
to the City of the Dead just and be there. That's not illegal.
Yeah, it's open to the public from dawn until dusk.
Oh, well. The past dusk.
Or just by a little bit. I don't think anybody's gonna mind.
I mean, we could also go in the morning.
Yeah.
We should go now.
Alright, you guys really want to go right now? We can go now.
Whatever
Your
you-
face is like, I guess.
Bloodstone is really helpful,
And someone else has it.
and someone else has it.
Alright, let's go to the City of the Dead.
I would skip if I wasn't such a sad person. Thank you.
We can still
Thank you a
link
lot.
arms.
Well, if you skip next to me, it's going... Okay.
All right, so you all make your way.
We're following the yellow brick road to the City of the Dead.
Sounds like
They're
my kind of
actually
party.
all black and crying. It starts raining halfway there.
From where you are now, in the northern portion of the castle ward, it's really not that far. You just head due west from here, pretty much straight west. And that leads you to the City of the Dead, which is a sizable chunk of the city, about the size of a ward in its own. As you arrive, it is already past sundown, as that's when your meeting was at the morgue. You see the gates to the City of the Dead are closed currently, and there's about a 12-foot perimeter wall.
Any guards?
You don't see any guards immediately at the gate. No, it's just closed and locked. I will say the streets are not empty. There are still people out, like, doing stuff.
Is there, like, a nook or anything nearby that I can go?
Yeah, can we
Away
walk
from
kind of
prying
like
eyes.
around it and find an area that maybe there aren't a lot of like people?
Go ahead and make some investigation checks.
Okay.
We'd love to, thank you.
You're very welcome. But
Okay.
Uh-oh.
okay.
You fucked up. It's a 19. Is that how you play D&D?
That's good.
You just rub a good roll in the DM's face.
14.
See, because I learned like 4 episodes ago, he's gonna be like, ha ha ha, look at your bad roll. I don't roll your dice. And then it becomes a clip somewhere on the internet.
I try not to treat my dice poorly. If they roll badly, I don't talk about it. You know, it's just no, that didn't even happen. I'm not even gonna.
Yeah, it's true that dice have feelings, though.
Yeah,
You put a soul into every set when you make them.
So I'm not even
Part
gonna.
of
If you roll a 1 or a 2, I'm not even gonna talk to you. I'm not even gonna like acknowledge that happened.
19,
14.
14,
14.
14,
4.
4.
Thank God
That's fine.
Silas read that
I'm
book.
back on my streak,
That's
baby.
fine. Nothing happened.
Looking around, you kind of walk the perimeter, and it leads to one section of Waterdeep that there's just kind of a steep drop off a cliffside on the western side of Waterdeep, and the City of the Dead seems to kind of border the outside. So the wall does continue that way. There's a very narrow pathway that you could potentially take and be out of sight on that side. Other than that, taking some time to go across along the perimeter all the way down to the southern portion, kind of where just at the tippy top of the trades ward. The trades ward is starting to kind of slow down for the evening. You think you could potentially maybe make your way over the wall down there without being noticed if you were careful.
I run and jump up the wall.
Are you trying to be stealthy about it?
Yeah.
Okay, first make a stealth check.
Okay. 23.
Okay. Silas just silently vanishes from where you're all standing together, and now make an athletics check.
Okay, this better be the good one because it'd be funny if I was like quiet and then absolutely eat shit in the quiet.
Silence.
Yeah.
Just one.
You said athletics.
Mm-hmm.
24.
You silently run towards the wall, leaping just as you are face to face with it, and then push yourself up just that extra bit with a foot off of the wall, and you manage to grab the rebar at the top and catch yourself pulling yourself up on top of the wall, looking down 12 feet below you at your party. You guys are kind of looking around for a second before you notice Silas standing up on the wall, just a shadow.
Throw down your rope.
Fine. Okay. I start tying a rope around the rebar and moving to the side and throwing it back.
For sure. Everybody else make a stealth check, please.
Yeah. I was nervous for that part.
I will say that if someone who is proficient in stealth wants to impose disadvantage on themselves, you can grant advantage to a party member who is not proficient.
The way
That's
your
in the
day's been
rules.
going.
Could be a thing where if she rolls 2, though, it's 2 and 20, or
Well,
But
that's
she would
the
have
problem.
disadvantage.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Don't do
I'm not doing that.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Not bad.
16.
12.
8.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
You guys. It's a group average, right?
It is. Just take a quick picture.
Oh no, something bad is
There's
happening.
a nat 20 for a card. And he's
You look across the street
watching
and there's
us.
a guy with eyes this big.
There's an old woman holding binoculars. Now if I can have everybody make athletics checks with advantage, because Silas is helping pull you up, I assume. With advantage.
Advantage, please. Don't laugh.
Oh my god!
Guys.
Why would you use the same dice for
This
advantage?
is that thing where it's you jump a 5-foot gap and everyone takes 30 minutes to do it.
You use your baby and your big boy for advantage.
Who's going up? Who's headed up first?
I roll with a 12.
Okay, yeah, that's enough.
I have a -1 to my.
Yeah, with Silas's help, mostly being pulled and just kind of keeping yourself steady but quiet, you get pulled up and are there beside him. Who's next?
21.
21?
Yeah.
Ollie just standing leaps and grabs the edge of the top and then
I'm an
manages to
athlete.
get a hand on the rebar and with her good leg kind of shimmies herself up onto the fence.
I mean, there's a rope, but right?
Well,
I'll know what you roll.
I rolled an 8, but it's a 7.
Can I go halfway and meet her?
I will say
Mountaineer her up
it's
this.
difficult.
I will say the DC lowered quite a bit because Cholula and Ollie are now there helping. So literally all that Alma has to do is hold on to this rope.
rope. Yes, just, that's fine.
And as you are,
Around your arm.
you're kind of sliding down a little bit. And you do lose it, and then you guys have to throw the rope back. It takes the better part of maybe 5-6 minutes until Alma's finally oh right, and ties the rope around herself and then just lets herself get pulled.
I'll have had a plot here by the time we got you up.
Well, listen.
Can I look
Maybe
inside
if
and
my
see if there's
father,
a
who's a super secret fighter, had taught me
Make a
something.
perception check.
Well, I was a bit drunk, wasn't I? And that's
I
something you
made a
can
little
rub in
bit.
my face.
Oh my god.
8.
Jeez, guys.
I don't know what's happening.
It's hard to
Share
see.
your dice.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Try this
see
guy.
because looking in, it's like a beautiful park with these different mausoleums kind of dotting it. You don't see any one, but it's also dark.
These rebars preventing us from
No, they're
furthering the wall?
the rebar themselves are 2 feet
Okay.
They're like 2 feet at the top of a 12-foot wall. The wall is mainly the stopping portion.
Is there a nearby mausoleum I can kind of down and then down to?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah, make an acrobatics check.
Oh, man.
Can I just pop over?
It's
Yeah, make an
it's a
acrobatics check.
10 with an acrobatics sort of.
You start out very graceful, and then you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you go to catch yourself and like roll on the ground. Like you leap to the mausoleum easily, but jump off too quickly, and you have to go into a quick roll to catch yourself. And just like the rocks on your back as you roll is a little painful.
That's how it's done.
15.
15.
Yeah.
Ollie, you see that and do what it was supposed to look like. Where you go from wall to mausoleum to back to wall to ground. Just kind
I'm
of a
gonna
little.
follow.
Listen.
This is acrobatics.
There's a rope up there
18.
still. Right?
Yeah.
You're still tied to it, really, technically.
18. Yeah, Cholula, with your literal cat-like reflexes, you easily, quietly leap down.
Okay. Some of us
Yeah,
don't
I'm
have
just
room
gonna
where weights are.
untie the rope from my waist and throw it down the other side and then slide down the rope.
Cool. Make an athletics check. With advantage, because the rope is aiding you.
30 minutes. One wall.
That's D&D.
Yeah.
14.
14? Yeah. You get a little bit of a rope burn. You don't take any damage. But you do slide down the rope and land on the other side.
And you solved my wall puzzle. Alright. I'm going to try to like kind of mentally mark that this is where our rope is for potentially an exit.
Right,
For
we're
sure.
moving the rope here.
I guess it's on this side. It's not like it's not like a beautiful knot up there, right? It's kind of
I mean, it's like tied to... So since it's been flipped over, it's tied to a rebar and kind of aligns with that down the wall.
Do we want to just bring it back with us?
we could. I mean, I've still got plenty.
I just don't know if
You
we
could-
should be leaving traces.
Can I send my mage hand up to untie it?
Absolutely. Make a sleight of hand check.
So you could have sent your mage hand up to tie it?
I don't know. I don't know that.
He just kind of jumped.
Yeah, to be fair, he was
Yeah.
already there.
I love a good wall.
Sleight of hand. Do I use my...
Yes. Actually, make this like a spell attack roll.
Okay, 25.
I thought you were just going to say, make a spell.
Yeah, because of your telekinetic feat.
Okay.
Your mage hand is a little bit spicier than the typical mage hand. Yeah, and it just kind of like you all actually see, unless you choose for it to be invisible, because you can choose that.
It can be invisible
Okay, yeah,
For
you all
this.
just see the rope untie itself
and drop
follows.
into my hands.
Okay, thank you.
So, are we looking for a specific mausoleum?
YGs.
I'm guessing, yeah, the Growland mausoleums to
Yeah.
start.
Do I see any like maps laying around?
Maybe Castellanta after that.
Make a perception check.
It can't hurt.
You are here. Welcome to the cemetery.
Coming through the sidewall?
You are at the illegal entrance.
17.
17. You're absolutely certain that there are not maps here. So
Is it alphabetical?
I was like, do I see any names?
there doesn't seem so. After doing a bit of traveling through the area, there doesn't appear to be any specific order or layout.
Duodecimal.
How much time do you guys want to spend searching the City of the Dead?
Listen, I know that this is a bad idea, especially because time in real life. What if we split up? I can do like a little light if I find it.
Wait, you
I don't want to spend too long here because we are supposed to meet up with Renee. He might start to worry if he doesn't hear from us.
We can explain that we split up in a graveyard. But yes, sure. Let's do that.
Okay, listen, I said.
Do you mean alone?
Yeah, like buddy system. I just think that like
Probably buddy system, right?
I just think that all together in one group, it's gonna take us forever to search this place. It's the size of a ward.
I would say, if we know that the Growlers are a noble family, go for the big fancy ones.
Well, yes.
Can you cast any light or something that can be seen? Because we can just do one magic user, one other person, and then we can push whenever we find.
I do pretty much the exact opposite of what you want.
I can't really see all that well. I mean, the moon's
I
fine
have some-
tonight, but it's not great.
Matches.
You look at these 3 sets of glowing eyes that you're talking to.
But, do you want a torch?
Sure. I mean, I think I might have one. I've left one in the sewer now.
I'll just hand one over with some matches.
Some flint.
I can... Is there any... Would we be more than 120 feet away from each other at any point searching this?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Are there lanes? Does it look like it splits into little... You know what I mean?
So there is like
Cemetery on a grid system.
There is like a walkway. Let me send you guys a
Yeah.
thing.
Because that way we can split up and look through or, something like that.
I apologize to our viewers at home. I don't have this for you.
No, but Robbie might.
But if you want to just... Well, I don't think we can show that. But if you viewers at home want to Google map of Waterdeep, the City of the Dead is on there.
It's just so nice to be able to eat food again. It's like tear jerking just eating one Cheez-Its. It's crazy.
I'm glad your tummy's handling it.
Is there anything I could do with prestidigitation?
Yeah, you can make like a shower of sparks.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can make a shower of sparks.
A harmless shower of sparks, I think is the exact wording in the spell.
I have to be that clear. So what are the pairings? I said one magic, one stabby punch.
I'm a stabby punch.
Oh, you know what?
I'm a magic.
There is one way that people could probably see this if they are in our Discord.
Oh.
'Cause that's where I'm
Uh-oh,
gonna-
Discord.
Jump in our Discord if you want to see a map.
Look at maps.
Hell yeah, it's stationary.
Oh, God. Map.
It's a bunch of lines correlating to words.
I love
It's wild.
maps. I can't.
Yeah? You're 30 feet away from it.
I see Dark Phoenix in the Discord.
Right?
She says, maps!
Maps.
Maps!
Maps.
They say maps. I don't know. We should probably, have people tell us their pronouns.
Yeah. We can set up like a welcome to, right? That has like a bio, like, hey, tell us what your...
Oh, yeah.
Or put it in your,
You can also
chat
yeah,
nickname.
You can also, parentheses your nickname,
Yeah.
/ and then
I need to do that on my
You guys
social
could
medias.
also, in our Discord, tell us what makes us a better community for you. So,
Please. We're trying to write the outlines.
we're new.
Yeah.
We're just trying to have a good time.
Just here, eating Cheez-Its.
Just here
Friends.
eating Cheez-Its.
I gotta do it mobile. Because Discord doesn't want to open on my laptop for some reason. I'm sorry, everyone.
I feel like I
But
should
you
be
all want to see these maps.
upfront with all of you. I abhor the undead. I'll just say it like that. Have you ever seen a man with a being, a gray visage of death come at you with giant swords for arms? Do you want to know how I got these scars?
Would I know of swords for arms?
No.
Okay.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Didn't exist.
There was a person in the carnival who had one arm replaced with a sword, but they already were missing their arm.
Yeah.
Like tusks, like giant biological... It's horrible.
Mm.
They looked like they were stitched together. from
It's in the
other
Discord
things.
now if you guys want to
That's
look at a map of the City of the Dead.
No.
You all came
Guys,
in
yeah.
through
Right.
kind of this southern portion down here.
Oh yeah, we'll just do those blobs on opposite sides of each other.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's mostly like open park, but there are mausoleums sprinkled throughout of different sizes. So time frame. How long do you guys want to spend in here?
If we split it up in 2 groups, how long do you think we'd need? Can we estimate?
I'm gonna blind to 2
Like
hours.
an hour?
I'm just gonna blind to 2 hours.
I think that's
Okay.
safe.
2 hours.
2 hours?
I don't want to ask too much
All right.
evidence, anything that Silas wouldn't know.
Perfect. If I could have both teams make stealth checks.
What are the teams?
Yeah, I don't think we've really come.
I don't.
I'm
have
going
magic.
with Cholula.
Okay.
That's your dad.
You don't have to. Hey, you don't have to do that. In due time. Thank you, though.
It's like a reverse parent trap.
It's fine.
There seems to be a fork here, so let's split up.
Child trap.
Okay. Do we both need to make stealth checks?
Dad trap.
Yeah, it's going to be an average
Of
the
each
two.
group.
Okay.
What's the roll? Sorry.
Stealth.
I was yelling.
Okay.
Oh God, that's not where you go.
18.
You go here.
Dirty 20.
That's my daughter.
21.
You said
I'm
13?
his daughter. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. 20.
No.
Was this a stealth check?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. It's only dex based.
Listen, I was only 1 day away from getting that dex thing to rise, and is it 20?
2? Okay.
Yikes.
21.
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
You
so-
guys are probably going to be okay.
Okay.
I won't make any noises or flex at all.
Every time you see a statue that looks like a person, you're just like,
Look,
Oh.
you want to go?
Now, if I could have either one person from each group make an investigation check with advantage, or each of you can roll and choose the higher of the two.
Let's do both.
Advantage?
okay.
It's practically
Yeah.
advantage.
Mine hasn't been great.
Invest, he said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, invest.
19.
Yeah. 15. It wasn't terrible, but.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god!
What is
Is
it?
that a 2 and a 3?
A 2 and a 2.
Oh no!
Oh.
Gee, that's
Oh,
22. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's how it
Natural
works.
22.
You're just cursed because you paired up with Cholula.
Oh no, guys.
Cholula can't do nothing today.
Cholula can do stuff.
So you can pick whichever one's the highest.
What did you guys
I rolled a
find?
nat 20 on it.
Why do you have cotton candy?
Is that a dog?
So Cholula was telling me about these treats that she made, and then I was like, well, I have a bag of candy. And did our best.
Are you drunk? What did you do?
No, I purposely didn't drink at the bar earlier. I was afraid of the Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
It was early.
All right. After about an hour and a half of searching and searching, Silas and Alman, the two of you are kind of making your way up to the northern portion at this point. Rather first, Ollie and Cholula, as you guys are kind of skulking your way quietly.
I fall.
Ollie falls over out into the open walkway, and Ollie, you look up and you see, with their back turned to you, a man carrying a torch who appears to be kind of making rounds, and you kind of stare for a moment, but Cholula, you grab her and pull her back.
Roll. Just back.
Yeah, as you roll back over towards Cholula, you guys don't see this, but we, the audience, see as he turns around at just the right time to miss you, kind of looks with the torch before turning back around and going on his way. I rolled a natural 1 on perception.
Yes.
I'll put
Love
that
that.
picture in Discord too.
Love that.
Oh my god.
Do you have to roll a punishment like me and Taylor did?
I kind of wish there was another table facing the other way that would just look at your rolls over their shoulders and then explain. Like, oh, he just rolled a nat 1 on this.
Yeah, we should have live commentary on the game.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A separate stream in a room next door.
So this was me rolling that one, and as you can see, I'm really upset about it. And
Thank you, Dark Phoenix. They are beautiful. These are my detective felt but edge plane dice that I made. I love them.
Detective.
They're usually nice to me.
Detective.
Um,
how many monitors does Dark Phoenix Board have? Like, what are you? Is it just
She has our notes.
the Discord, obviously, open so that she can.
They, I should say.
all right. So yeah, you narrowly avoid detection, and you know that there is a guard on duty, and to maintain
does
quiet.
Now we know where he is.
In the entire 2 hours that you search, you don't come across any Growland or YG or Yala on any crypts. Silas and Alma, the two of you are pouring through, no encounters with any guards of any kind, and you're also not coming across anything Growland or of that nature. And you kind of pause to think for a moment, feeling like you've covered a lot of ground, looking around, and
May I ask a question?
yes.
What are the vibes? Do things feel okay here?
Make
I'm feeling suspicious. I want to confirm if I should be.
make a perception check.
I'm asking to vibe check.
Vibe check.
Perception?
Yes.
18.
18. Another strangely quiet area. You've been afraid to come here because you know that it's full of dead bodies, and you just assume that meant bad things. But it's strangely peaceful. There's still the odd whisper from a crypt as you pass by or through the bushes. You get the sense people have probably been killed here. But
Just a little bit.
Oh god, like someone who wasn't dead and they buried him?
potentially,
Probably.
or you know,
Yikes.
there's different crime syndicates.
You gotta put a bell
Waterdeep.
on that.
That system didn't work.
Alma, as you're stopping to kind of contemplate this, Silas, you hear this. You hear sound come from kind of behind your shoulder. This muffled kind of, and you turn to investigate where the sound is coming from, and you are met with a large crypt, and emblazoned over the top, etched into the stone, reads the word Castellander.
We've been walking for a while, and based on what Shalula's told us, maybe we could look into the Castellanter as well. The answer to our prayers inform YG.
And he's the one who indicated the mausoleum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I hear these sounds at this point?
No.
Okay.
And you just hear that brief, whatever that was, like a muffled gurgle almost, and then silence. It's like just enough to catch your attention and pull you that direction.
Like move your ear.
Yeah, yeah, you feel it like perk.
Just in case.
Right.
Everything seems fine.
We haven't seen anything. We might as well look at something.
We haven't seen anything, but every time something bad happens, you tend to get the shit knocked out of you. That's not an insult. It just keeps happening.
I did wake up on a beach.
So just go ahead and before I finish any sentence of any kind, I just kind of like palm you in the sternum and push a ghost into you and give you some hit points.
Yeah, Alma, you watch as you press your palm into his sternum. You see this kind of smaller spectral form that a face just kind of, you just catch a glimpse of the face as it disappears into his chest. Make a perception check.
Okay.
If you want to let him know what he gets first.
5 temporary hit points.
Uh-oh.
This is a homebrew thing. I have allowed Alma that she can cast False Life on others because I think that's fucking cool. Fight me.
I don't like to help myself. What was my check?
Perception.
18.
18. You see a familiar face that gets pressed into Silas of a small gnome that you just had a conversation with.
Shit.
What the hell was that?
You feel weirdly good.
Extra help.
You do have to tell me what it was, though. You can't put slightly bright things in the middle of the dark inside of me.
It was help.
It's help. Oh, you put a small help being inside of me. That's good.
Yep.
Fine. I do feel great, thank you.
You're
but
welcome.
I would feel better maybe if I knew what was inside of me. coming from my daughter who talks to ghosts? No? I'll let this one slide because I do feel great.
You should, yeah.
But
Also, it's inferred that you guys are whisper yelling this entire conversation.
I'm
with each
doing
other.
this for the
It has to be.
microphone.
Yeah, we can.
For sure.
Taylor and I can get too quiet.
I'm letting our audience know.
Just trying to, if we need to be transparent, I'm trying to tell you all the truth about myself.
Transparently, if I told you, you'd barf.
It's a
Transparent is
transparent
what
thing
women
walked
do.
inside of me, sort of.
Just a little bit.
Translucent.
I just kind of popped it in there.
It was shorter than me. That's
know-
the thing that bothers me the
Silas,
most.
you actually didn't see a figure. You just saw this kind of like arcane glow.
Oh, good.
You know how we don't like to know what's inside of medicine because as soon as we do, we're a little creeped out?
No, I don't agree with that sentiment at all.
Well, like when you find out that sometimes it's mold, but they made it good.
To
be medicine?
Jeez, why are we talking about this?
Anyway, my point is sometimes things seem like they're going to be bad, but it's a helpful thing.
I don't want to be in a morgue because I don't want to see the dead talk. What did you put in my body?
Spiritual healing.
I'm going to take that as an answer. What are we doing now?
We were going to check out the castle.
I'm going to tell Ollie on you.
And she is going to support me wholeheartedly because I desired to do
And I'll
that.
tell Cholula she has knives.
Always
I am scared of her.
So
Send a signal so they can meet us over here.
You guys can make perception checks.
Please roll something over 4.
shut up. We're doing our best.
Hey, there you go. What's happening to
Did you roll a 5? Because that would be
It was a
hilarious.
3.
You jinxed your wife.
A 6.
Okay. Ollie?
Sorry. Dirty 20. I had to do
20,
that.
nice. Cholula is kind of
Use
like
this guy. Let's set him out for you.
crouched down, her lithe feline-esque form, like peering through the darkness, looking up at different crypts. And Ollie, you're facing the other direction, and you see just a little.
Hey, they found it. Did you find any? I couldn't see shit out here.
I'm so fucking high right now.
It takes about. It takes about 15 minutes for them to make their way over to you. You guys have covered a pretty good distance. Ollie and Cholula, you arrive to see yourself standing in front of the Castellanter Mausoleum.
We couldn't find anything that said Grolland, but the diary you had found had Castellanta's name on it. In Castellanta's library. We just figured since we didn't find anything, we would look here. And also she put a ghost in me, and I don't agree with it.
I never said that.
You
Why'd
put
you put a ghost in
spiritual
her?
I never
healing
said that.
inside of me.
You called it spiritual healing?
The point is, he's harder to kill right now.
I do the spiritual healing. You do the spiritual unhealing.
Listen,
Hey,
to be clear,
no one puts
it's
ghosts
not
in me.
really healing.
Chula's gonna try to go
I'm
inside.
gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, Cholula, you step forward and push on the door, and it's locked.
I'm gonna use my tools that I remember this time that I have,
Hell
and I'm
yeah.
gonna try to unlock it.
Fuck yeah, dude. Go ahead and make.
You better adjust that chair so you can roll a 2.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a dexterity check with proficiency because you rogue.
Prof bow.
Okay.
I think that's plus 2 right now.
On this
Goes
one.
up at 5. It's hard having
Oh,
4
right.
books
If you wanted to.
inside your brain.
If you feel it. You don't have to do it. Just grab what you feel.
Well, it's already here. Is that?
It looks cocked from here, but
It's a tiny guy.
But a day far on it.
it ain't.
I guess it ain't. So, that's
Excuse me. Brought to you.
Feedback card.
Yeah.
15?
That's, I didn't even show
yeah.
the label.
That's a 15.
15? 15 is exactly what you need.
Okay.
Ooh, that voice.
Go ahead and... It's exact. Oh my god. Go ahead and...
I made a chocolate.
Go ahead and make an investigation check as well as you get out your thieves' tools, which I believe you you take a whisk from your side and pluck just a
pull
couple
out.
of the wires.
Yeah.
and-
You said I'm doing what as well? Investigation?
Yes.
I was saying, no one puts ghosts in me. Or at least tell me you're going to so I can protest
Well, I mean,
while it's happening.
18.
18. Right. Yeah, the door doesn't appear to be trapped, and as you slowly push it open, as you guys are having this conversation, you see the doors to the mausoleum.
So
Open.
just tell. Okay.
I'm like,
Right. Go on, go. I walk in.
Entering, you enter a small kind of 15 by 15 foot entryway that is coated with dust, and in front of you there are arcane flames burning on either side to light the area, and you see at the far end, 15 feet away from you, stairs that lead down.
I go to the stairs.
Yeah, you guys can make
I'm gonna do like a cursory check of this immediate room.
yes, investigation or perception, whoever wants to look around.
God damn it. 5.
13.
perception 12.
12.
Oh yeah, mine was
23.
investigation.
Perception.
Nice.
I'm never using any other die. Why don't I even bring the other ones?
You said
13 investigation.
13 investigation. The three of you, Cholula, Ollie, and Alma, notice humanoid footprints that kind of crisscross through the dust on the upper level. Silas, you notice, based on the way that dirt has kind of smeared across the ground, you can tell as you enter the crypt that this door has been opened recently. You make your way to the stairs and begin heading down into the lower area.
Someone's been here very recently. Look at the scrape marks by the door. I'm whispering now again. Sorry.
Oh, we're whispering.
Put it up in the chat if this is too quiet.
Yeah.
It probably is. You all begin making your way down to the lower portion.
Yeah.
Do you close the doors behind you?
Absolutely.
I will. Yeah.
Okay,
That's probably what
We
I'm
don't
noticing,
want guards
if anything.
walking in.
for sure.
Especially now that I've been super close to one.
Stepping downstairs, you see, sprawled out on the floor in front of you, 3 human bodies. What appears to be 2 males and a female, all dressed in hooded robes, lying on the ground in puddles of blood.
Fresh ones?
You can check it out and see.
I check it out and see.
Yeah, I'd like to check.
Yeah, make either investigation or medicine checks.
Yikes.
We're gonna do all the checks today.
That is a nat 20!
15 investigation.
12 on investigation.
Or did you say perception?
It was a choice.
It was
Medicine or...
yeah, or perception.
Oh, okay. That's different. 16.
Okay.
23. Medicine check. Also, I don't know if we can flavor this that I do like a gentle exam of their bodies. Do I see any tattoos? Or I could also just roll another investigation or perception.
I will say we'll carry that one over from your medicine check. Looking over, you can all tell the blood is still wet. The bodies are cold, except for one of them, Alma. You see the chest of the woman kind of rise and fall. She appears to still be alive.
She has a hood on.
They're all hooded, yeah.
I pull it off.
You see an unfamiliar human woman.
Is she injured?
Yeah. From your check, she appears to have been stabbed. As Ollie is kind of helping you inspect the body, she appears to have been stabbed multiple times. She also has these strange, almost spiraling burn marks on her arms and legs, and is unconscious, potentially bleeding out.
I'm gonna shake Ollie. Help! You said you do the healing.
Fine. I'm gonna just like bonk her forehead and use healing hands, which is now 6 points of healing.
Sorry for the clap. 6 points?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Actually, no, 5.
5? Okay.
Wait, no, it's per level. Plus 3, so 6. Yeah, never mind. I'm
Nice.
sorry. I don't know how math
No,
works.
not bad. Let me make a quick note.
It's have we found any tattoos of any sort?
I don't know yet.
Ollie, you don't see any tattoos, but you do see on one of the males, as you kind of pull him to the side, the robe opens a bit on the chest, and you see a strange burn mark that doesn't really match the swirling ones, just kind of peering out from like mid-center of mass.
Can I get a better look at it? Do I recognize it?
Yeah, you pull the cloaks open a bit more, and you see what appears to be a brand of the same symbol that you saw in the sewers that day. You do a healing slap on the woman, and she...
Were you sacrificed? I just want to know. Like,
Yeah, do I need to hold you down? Are you going to do something
well,
wild?
I'm right on top
Guys.
of her.
Yeah, right.
Guys.
She sits up. Make a persuasion check.
I just...
With advantage, because you healed her.
Could I ready an action?
Yeah.
Could I ready to just like this part of my hand meets her jugular if she does anything wild with her hands?
For sure.
Brandishes a weapon.
Yeah. Readying an
Cool.
attack.
You said a persuasion check, right?
Yes.
19.
And Sephia, they betrayed us.
Betrayed whom?
Kayeth and Oliver and myself, and she looks at the other bodies, and you see his tears begin welling up in her eyes as she looks at one of them.
Okay, but betrayed you in what?
Yeah, what?
They stabbed us.
To what end?
We were supposed to retrieve something. It was supposed to be here.
A stone?
Yes,
And it wasn't here.
it was. Oliver picked it up. He showed it to An. And An stabbed him. And I screamed and I ran, but Sephia was waiting. They cast spells on us. They plunged their daggers into us. And as she's talking, she kind of coughs and a little bit of blood comes out of her mouth.
That's atypical, I assume.
We were all sent here together.
By whom? What is your organization?
Make another persuasion check.
You're bleeding out.
Yeah, make another persuasion check with advantage.
I'm a stranger. Yikes. I speak so well of you. 10.
I can't say.
You can't say who you work for.
I can't.
Then we can't say that you need help.
If I tell you I have to die, those are the rules.
You can die
Well,
here.
who was it? Why did they try to kill you? You were betrayed by whom?
Sephia and An. Myself, Sephia, An, and Oliver. As well as Kayeth. We were sent here to retrieve an artifact, a stone. It was like an egg, but it had these strange lumps across the top.
But I understand why it feels like you can't tell us, but wouldn't you want the people that you work for to know that there's traitors in their midst? You're in no condition to travel very far at all. Beyond here, you'll probably be in a nearby inn for a few days recuperating from your injuries.
She looks over at one of the bodies, the human man whose robes are kind of open to reveal his symbol. Make another persuasion check. No advantage on this one.
Yes, what would the Black Rain say about you being in a hospital?
She looks quickly at you when you say that.
14.
Oliver said that his friends had connections, that they could get us what we wanted, anything we want. I joined for him. It was that man that sent us here. Victoro Castellanter. He sent us to retrieve the stone. We were just supposed to bring it back.
Why?
I don't know. All I know is that he wanted it, and that he was paying for it.
I noticed her look at that body over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go over to it and drag it closer to her.
Close.
As you do, she just stares. Between the wounds and the questioning and this sight, she seems to kind of like fall into shock.
I think we've got our answers here. Are we taking this one to a hospital, or are we leaving her here?
I might know where they took it.
Where?
Their apartment. I can take you there.
Is she lying?
Make an insight check.
It's possible that they knew more than the Lord told them. They might have tried to take it for themselves.
Okay, that was really bad.
I rolled an 11 on insight.
11?
I got 15.
15?
I guess I'll be curious on what the mission. Huh. That's a dirty 20.
She's hard to read because she is clearly in a very elevated state of panic and pain and sorrow all at once. But she seems like she's trying to reason it out. She's not lying when she said she can take you to their apartment.
They stay. It used to be a windmill in the southern ward. They converted it into housing. I can take you there. I can lead you to it if you can keep me safe.
Ollie will crouch down to where she is eye level, and this just like very dark look falls over her face. I will make you feel better, but if you are lying to us, I will kill you.
I swear I'm telling the truth.
Ollie sort of like takes her palm and sort of like mushes her face again. And I was literally
Oh,
just
you're
looking-
not lay on hands.
I got
Paladins.
another thing when we leveled up. It was actually pretty cool.
Is it a spell?
No, it was like a class feature thing. Yes. So channel divinity.
Yeah.
It was just at the very bottom, and I can't fucking read. It gives them back 15 HP unless the bringing them up that will get them to half. So just whatever will get them to half HP is as
Perfect.
max as I can do.
Perfect. Yeah. That's more than enough.
Okay.
You can see the stab wounds stop bleeding. They begin to close up. The spiral-like burns kind of, it's weird. The flesh like bubbles and then opens, and then kind of heals from the outside in and scars over in spiral patterns.
What's your name?
I'm Vial. Vial Lorval.
Yeah.
I run a florist's shop in the city, the trades ward.
Don't get mushy on us. You have some information.
Silas. Do these men have families?
Oliver and I only had each other. I don't know much about Kate.
I'm going to inform someone in the watch that I trust very much, more than I trust the watch. This will be taken care of. They will be buried. I will also inform this person of your whereabouts to help keep you safe. Is this agreeable?
Of course.
Does anyone have a bird?
I promise I'm not up to anything.
Yes.
But I have to.
And she reaches into her mouth and like winces and pulls a tooth from her head with her bare hands, just like rips it out.
Okay.
And she sets it on the ground.
Do I know what that is?
Yeah, I was like, have I ever recognized
Yeah,
that?
why is she ripping teeth out of her face?
You guys can make it an insight check, or you can ask her.
I want to ask, yeah.
Yeah, why would you rip out your own tooth? I just healed you for that.
It's not real. These are the capsules they give us. We're supposed to break them if we're captured, if we talk, if they're trying to make us talk.
The Castellantis?
I think the
Black Rain.
We've seen them do stuff like that before where they have capsuled in.
Now it's not an option.
You've got a lot of teeth.
So what does Victoria have to do with all of this?
Let's get...
All I know is that he's sometimes at the meetings, and he paid us to get this done.
I see.
Let's get them safe. Yes.
Alright.
Could I borrow one of the birds?
Sure.
I'll purchase another. I'm gonna write out to Detective.
I love the pantomiming.
Pockets.
Oh, it's a real spindly one. I'm gonna write out to Detective Edgeplane. We have a key witness. You alone, Troll Skull. What time is it now?
At this point, it's probably like you got here like 8. Spent 2 hours. Like 10 bells. 10 bells 30.
Actually, I'd scratch out the Troll Skull part. Where are you taking us?
The Southern Ward. It's a converted windmill, sort of apartment building.
I'll write that down. And estimate travel of time that I'll be there.
For sure.
Of sorts.
So, as you all exit the Castellantis Mausoleum with Vial Lorval in tow, you begin making your way towards the Southern Ward. That is where we're going to end tonight's session of
You're
our
tormenting me.
You won't see me next week because I quit.
Yes. I'm being tortured.
All lies. We'll all be here next week. Oh, we've got a giveaway to announce, but before we do that, anybody who wants to last minute to get yourself in there, I do have a few more announcements that I forgot to go over at the beginning of the episode.
Like anybody.
Preferably not anyone sitting in this room with me. Just to keep it fair.
Oh, there's a short list of peeps. You know.
Oh, nice.
We got Rostone in the Discord.
Nice. Welcome, Stone, to the Discord.
Hi.
We're glad to have you. It's a good time. There's a channel in there where you can talk about stories from your own D&D games or anything of that nature. There's our general chat where we generally chat. And that's where I'll post like any photos from the session that I talk about on stream.
And if you're really vigilant, sometimes Taylor and I forget where we are and talk about business matters there.
Yeah, I'm
Discord's hard.
I'm gonna put I quit right now.
They say that like I didn't do it first.
So
Yes.
continue to enter the word spooky, SPOOKY, in the chat. No capitalizations, no punctuations for your chance to win the Fantasy Forge dice. Announcements. No one's quitting. Next week, next session, next Saturday, is going to be the last Saturday where our giveaways are open to everyone, any viewer there, but
But it's okay.
I said a couple weeks back that it was going to go to subscriber only, which it's not. We're not doing that. But it will go to follower only. So if you want to enter in the giveaways starting November 13th, it's a Saturday. Starting on that day to enter to win Fantasy Forge dice and other wonderful goodies.
It's totally
It's the day
free.
after
You
my
just-
birthday. You should
It's
give
our
us a
anniversary.
Just
So
give us
do it.
Do
It's
it.
gonna be a special episode.
Yeah.
We're
Look
gonna
what I did
kiss.
to my chin.
I speak to none of
Kiss?
But no, so yeah, it's going to go to follower only giveaways, but to follow, it's easy. You're already
It's
here
free.
on twitch.tv/Arcanarama. It's free. Click the heart. You can even silence notifications if you don't want to get notified when we go live, which I don't know why you would do that because we're wonderful and you should probably be here for the stream anyway.
It's fun.
I don't know how many other ways to make hearts. I know this one. I know
this
the
one.
little this one. Yeah, I was like, I can do this one, but I think like,
And then it's got wings.
What's the one that's like
What are we doing?
Is that harder? Or you just that was like a mess.
Got him.
Yourself clay.
I actually can't in this jacket.
Yeah. My arms don't go above here today.
I wore my real clip.
So yeah, starting November 13th, our wonderful giveaways, which are going to continue ad infinitum, are going to be follower only. So make sure that you follow the channel on Twitch, click the heart, and that way you can enter. It's totally free,
You can have
and
free
it
stuff.
really helps us out.
Yeah, it really does. Tell your friends. We do this.
Yeah, and if they're like, I need to catch up, good news. We have YouTube and we upload our VODs every Tuesday following the show from the Saturday
Oh, we might be
before.
doing shirts soon.
We
What?
might be doing shows.
What?
Who knows?
Talks of a Patreon as well with extra goodies
Talks
to
of
give
the
away.
Patreon. Talks of like other content. If we can get enough of you around frequently enough,
Ooh,
Oh yeah.
it's gonna be hours and hours of that.
But in the meantime, we've got a giveaway to announce right
Ew.
now.
We got 7 entries.
What?
That's 7 more than 0.
Thank God.
Oh my god.
Tonight, the winner of the Fantasy Forge Glow in the Dark Spooky Halloween Dice Set.
Tell us what's up, Moobot.
is...
Who's that?
I can't even read it.
Is that Butterfly?
Butterfly 4205! Congratulations, Butterfly 4205.
You did
We will
it.
get these beautiful, gorgeous, lovely, handmade Fantasy Forge Glow in the Dark Halloween dice.
Halloween.
So shiny and they glow in the dark.
Congratulations, Butterfly.
Congratulations to you. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I think that is where we're going to stop it for tonight.
Oh my god.
We'll see all of you next Saturday. But till then, stay safe out there, adventurers!
Oh my God.
I could never time it.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.